fine evening last night. I thought it was great just to judge the. You can judge the success or otherwise of the forum by the noise and the volume. The conversation. It was great last night to see everyone milling around the room, ranting and enjoying some fantastic drams, and probably enjoying some fantastic drams post-event. There we go. You'll all be bright and eager this morning. So entering our final day with two really great sessions. I mean, yesterday, obviously we were talking about founding principles around the world, around the region, and more specifically in Japan. And that's kind of how to get the whisky style established and maintained, and then how to evolve it as well. But then, the most important thing, the other part of that puzzle is, what happens next, and what happens next is export. Export is absolutely vital to building a brand and also to building your reputation internationally. But how do you go about it? So in this next session, we've got three perspectives from people who have done it. We're going to kick off with Audrey.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's been a wonderful 2 days. I've really enjoyed the relationship and the association that we have had in the last 2 days over here. So as we start, and I have the opportunity to be the first one today. So I think you are all quite up and about. So I'd like to start. Indian whisky market. As you are aware, India is one of the largest whisky drinking countries in the world. We have a huge population and fortunate enough to be in a country that has that and being in the business of making whisky. Unlike the issues that the rest of them all have expressed in the last 2 days. India is 1.5 billion liters. I'm presuming that these numbers are also slightly underestimated because a large part of the country consumes something called country liquor. Country liquor is basically pure alcohol, bottled at a lower strength and sold in a lot of states. They are a huge part of the business. So if you have to add the alcohol of that, then I think it would be much more than these numbers. Indian whiskeys, basically, most of the whiskeys have been made from molasses in the past because India is a huge sugar growing country and there is a lot of molasses. As you are all aware that molasses is a byproduct of the sugar manufacturing process. But in the last 10 years, India has actually promoted a lot of grain-based distilleries, and there are some huge grain-based distilleries because India has also been promoting ethanol dosage because of the huge cultivation of sugar and the availability of molasses in large quantities, and we do not have petroleum in India, and so hence the country has been encouraging ethanol dosage, so basically producing ethanol from the alcohol and then using it to dose for vehicles. And as a result of that, India has been promoting a lot of grain-based distilleries. So a lot of grain-based distilleries are portable purposes. We are now using a lot of grain-based distilleries. Alcohol also. Of course, Original Choice is the brand. My main business is selling the cheaper brand for the local market. This was just an offshoot, after a few years of making that, and I continue to do that. And that's still what gives me the money to do this. As you all must be aware that single malt industry is a very time-consuming, capital-intensive business, and fortunately I've had the other business that was supporting me in being able to get into the single malt business. Goa. I am based in Goa. The single malt factory that we produce the Paul John variants are in Goa. It's in the southwest of India. It's a very tourist destination. and it's got a lot of beaches, and there's a lot of tourists that come for the beaches and the food over there. And I happen to be in that state, so there is a lot of the visitor center is picking up pretty fast because of the overall attraction for tourism to come into Goa. The small history of me, for those of you, my name is Paul John, and I founded the company. Actually, I founded it in around 1992 after I got out of my college education. Well, I started making biscuits first. It was a disaster, lost all the money, had to go into hiding, and then 2 years later, I was able to get a license to manufacture alcohol. My father was in trading of alcohol, so that's what encouraged me to start the business. He had a lot of retail shops in an area called Poor. He had about 32 retail shops, and he was a reasonably large size wholesaler over there. We were distributing a lot of brands within that area. And once I got out from college, I decided to not manufacture alcohol. And I started making the brands for the local market. In 1996, when I renamed the company John Distillery, although my dad objected to the name, because my dad's name was Mr. John, but I went ahead and put that in the company's name. And we started in 1996 making whiskey for the local market. For the next 10-15 years, I produced the brand that was selling domestically, and this year we've been working with about 22 million cases of 9 liters of the original choice whiskey. We also, in the course of it, we make brandy, we make, I've also got, we make wine also. We have a collaboration with an Italian winemaker who's been with us when we started. So there is a little bit of wine also in the portfolio of the company that we have. The thought process of making single malt dawned on me after I started traveling quite a bit and started tasting single malts. I started liking single malts, and then I decided, like everybody else, like the drinks. And since I was already in the alcohol business, India at that time was just about beginning to make single malts. In fact, Komoro was the one that started it, but it was around the same time. A little after that is when I also started thinking about making it. And like everybody else, did a lot of trips all over the place, to Scotland, brought the water back yesterday. The same thing that we've heard yesterday. But the only thing is that we decided to go alone. I did not work in any distillery. I did not come in to buy any alcohol from anybody else. So we put up the plant. It's completely indigenous. We had all homegrown. The manufacturing of the pot still, all that was done by an Indian company. So basically, we were just entering into one chartered territory. We had no idea what we were doing, but we still went ahead to do it. And I have my master distiller, Mr. Michael, who is also here. Michael, we flip in hand, please. He has been with me from the time we were into the trading of liquor. Before I started the distillery, I also had some wholesale business, and he started his career as that, completely homegrown, just picked up with sheer interest of himself, had no experience of working anywhere in any distillery. But over the last 30 years, I would say, he's proved himself, proved the matter that he's got. But everything was purely based on the self-interest that he had. And of course, we did a lot of traveling with good friends that have encouraged us to visit their distilleries and been able to give a lot of information. We've been able to continuously keep improving the quality of the alcohol that we are making. I am a big fan of non-chill filtered whiskeys. I still do believe that the fatty oils that are in the alcohol should remain in the liquid, and that's what gives it that silky character. And as a result, initially I had only non-chill filtered alcohol, but under pressure from the marketing team, I decided to launch one variant of the chill filtered, which is called which is about 40% alcohol strength. But otherwise, all the variants that we have are all 46 and above because it's non-chill filtered, and we've adopted that policy across for most of the variants that we have. We have about 12 to 13 variants of different styles. We have a few peated stuff also. In India, we've not been able to find peat, so we import the peat from Scotland and we use it for the barley. Again, malting is done by a third party. We have got very good malters in India. So basically, we buy the malted barley from the suppliers, and we do the rest of the process in India. Casks are the other things that we don't have in India still. We've not discovered any local wood to make any casks, so we still rely on bourbon casks, and of course for the finishes of the sherry and everything else, we rely on the other countries for that. India is a very tropical country, unlike in most other places, except in a few. So our evaporation loss is somewhere between 8 to 10 percentage on a yearly basis. So that's why we do not promote the age statement on the bottle, but of course we do not hesitate from telling people what and how old it's been measured for. We have barley grown in India across the northern part, from Rajasthan to Himachal Pradesh, and so there is sufficient barley available. 6-row barley, the difference between most of the places we have the 6-row barley, so most of the barley that we use are 6-row barley. Our water is abundant. We have a lot of streams, rivers, many these things. So when you grow, also we have a lot of rivers, and the water quality is also extremely good. So we use the local water in grow itself. Some percentage of the ppm in some of the variants that we have, but again, as mentioned, we are importing the peat from Scotland, and then the peating is done by a third party for us. Some glimpses of the distillery, and of course, I just mentioned this yesterday. Awards are something that is very important for the marketing strategy, and as a result, we started. In fact, actually, we launched the product first only in UK, and then slowly spread to Europe in 2012, and then it was only after about 5 years after that is when I launched the product in India, because I wanted to make sure that the rest of the world appreciates the quality that we are making, and then only we launched it in India. We've been working tirelessly to make sure that we can get as many awards as possible, and over the period of last 10 years or so, we've got more than 300 plus awards in all the other variants that we have. The export strategy planning was, as I mentioned earlier, since Indian product, in India, they always believe that anything from abroad is better. So I had to change the perception. So the first markets that we went into was exports. We did not sell in the domestic market for the first 5 years. So it was Europe, and then completely we went to most of the other countries. And then today we are in about 45 countries. Export is a very important part of the whole journey that we have, because I think we have a lot of matured single malt drinkers in a lot of countries, including in Japan. Whereas in India, it's still very young. People are not used to drinking single malts as yet. I'm saying the large population we still use what we call highball over here. Typically, it's soda, water, ice, and some whiskey is mixed, and that's how majority of the people in India drink whiskey. So my challenge today is to be able to teach people how to drink single malts and how to use as less water as possible. But the export markets, as mentioned, we've slowly started exporting to all the other parts of the world also, in UK, France, Germany, Australia, including even in Japan, few places we are present. The whiskey was, I would say, created more to make sure that I can produce something that I'd like to drink, and that was the intent. And since I have my name on the bottle, I did not want to leave any stone unturned to make sure that we produce the best quality single malts, and we continue to strive to do that. We are doing a lot of experiments to see how we can further improve the quality, and we are slowly getting there. We have some really very old, now 14 years matured, and since our maturation is happening at extremely fast pace and the evaporation losses are high, it's a big challenge for us to keep extremely old whiskies, but we managed to do some rewriting and those kind of things, and we do have some good stuff that's coming. And we maintain the expressions across the world. It's just that sometimes the alcohol percentages have to be tweaked a little bit, because especially in India, we have a lot of states that don't permit above 40%, 46%, some don't allow more than 50%, so there's a lot of confusion among states. Alcohol is regulated in most parts of the world by the state, although it's a country, in every country has different states, and each state has its own rules and regulations, and so sometimes we have to tweak the alcohol percentage depending on the rules of the state. Of course, as you all are aware, the few practices that we need to make sure that we maintain the quality. There are no shortcuts to life. Everything takes time, and we have to make sure that we go deep down before we actually, launch anything, and continue to maintain the standard. End of the day, I think with the number of producers that are coming, it's going to be the quality of your product that will speak, and I think that's what everybody seems to be following also. Finding the right partner, that's the biggest challenge, I would say, especially as far as the exports are concerned. Being able to find the right partner, trusting them, being able to work with them. It's always the case that you will never find the right partner in the first time. You will have, maybe 2-3 changes that will have to be taken place, and then it slowly settles down. And I think that's going to be the norm everywhere. And we just need to keep striving to make sure that we find the right person that we can relate and associate with. We are going to be making mistakes as we go along. I'm sure everybody has had those experiences, but we should learn from it and continue. Controlling from a distance, the same thing. Focus on the key parts of the business. And the things that are closer to your heart. What really matters is what you need to have a hands on. But more than all that, I would still say that you need to build a great team, because a single person you will not be able to deliver if you're talking global operations. So I think it's very, very important to have a team that will take on the responsibility and be able to understand your vision and they carry what you have in your mind, forward without having to, micromanage. We were the first to start the Visitor Center in India, and I think we continue to do that. We've got a very nice visitor center. We have a nice experience that if you're planning to visit India, we'll be happy to take you through. We take you through the whole process like anybody else, where you can go through the process of the manufacturing, the cask, and we also have a tasting session where you can get to taste some of the premium stuff that we have also. Yeah, that's about it. And we'll look for
Thank you very much. I want to build on there. So wonderful. Right. So next up. So next up we have Sarah. Let's have perspective from New Zealand. Oh yeah.
My name is Sarah Alson. I am Distillery's Master Distiller. I have been been in charge of the production program there.
Microphone up.
Yeah, sure, thank you. For the last 6 years, how's that? Prior to that, I was in wine. Working in wine was something that inspired me from an early age, and it saw me travel the world, and I feel very lucky that I was able to find something that I love that allowed me to travel. I came home to Central Otago, actually, because the place that was always calling to me. And a distillery has been built along the road, and I went along, and I'm so glad that I did. And it was just a conversation with the manager there, Jeannie Whitlock, and that kept me there for the last 8 years. I haven't been able to leave. I absolutely love what I do. Every day is different. To be part of something from the start, I think, is an incredible experience. So I absolutely love the distilling, but I also love managing a team and being a part of a growing team. And it's my honour to share our story today with you today. I wouldn't say I'm an expert on export, but I'm looking forward to the conversation that will follow these presentations. Okay, we'll kick off. I want to take you to Cardrona first before we sort of go down into how we've arrived here. Cardrona Distillery is nestled in a remote valley in the Southern Alps of New Zealand, nature's playground. Sitting at 600 metres above sea level, the road that delivers you or brings you to Cardrona is breathtaking. Our warehouse experiences diurnal swings and extremes of temperature that see our spirit and oak collide and come together. We see -15 to 35, however our angel share is as low as 2, 3, up to 5%. So we are quite different to North Island, New Zealand, in that our environment is very dry. Our bore collects clean alpine water that is exactly what we need it to be. In the Cardrona Valley, we have the ingredients to make great whisky and an environment that will shape it as the sun. The distillery's success and very existence is a credit to the grit and determination of our founder and managing director, Day3 Reid. We broke ground in 2015 and continue to be led by this incredible woman. The distillery design allowed a craft process, deep single malt traditions, barley, water and yeast to create a genuine spirit. While we could not foresee exactly how the spirit and oak would come together, Cardrona's spirit profile was deliberate and purposefully crafted. a custom-built, small copper pot stills, long fermentation, smart automation that allowed efficiencies but never took away the hands-on approach to cutting the spirit and truly understanding the ferment curve, how it moves throughout the year. Our distillation rate is slow and copper contact high to encourage a rich, weighted spirit. Cardrona invested heavily in the equipment, in the people charged with building and then commissioning the stills, with training the team and in sourcing raw materials. The malt supply, the stonework, it all spoke to the quality of the village and to the land. The result was a brand home, one that instills pride in those that work within its walls. I introduced brand with intention, as branding is at the centre of any business that is building towards sustainable profitability. This is my home. The same elements that shaped Cardrona's spirit would not only cater to, but demand top-end marketing positioning. Knowing and owning where you plan to compete is essential to building a strong brand. Each decision made in the lead up to construction was guided by spirit quality and our decided market position. We would compete with the best in the world. On the 23rd of October 2015, spirit flowed for the first time. On November 5th, the first cask was laid. The whisky was not to be rushed, and selling another's liquid did not align with our grass to grain methodology. Using the same wash, the same fermentation program, we create a single malt vodka, a gin, and a range of liqueurs. The liqueurs are designed to be sipped alone or play the hero in any cocktail. Cardrona Distillery opened its doors to the public December of 2015. Our shelves were lined with spirits that celebrated malted barley. All spirit made on site or from scratch, a rarity in the white spirit category in New Zealand, and a point of distinction. Operating as a single malt distillery, that also makes great whisky, widened our consumer base without any compromise to our values. We made cocktails that spoke to bartenders, while our new make spirit matured. We still do. From day one, we have offered in-depth tours of the distillery. Cardrona Distillery's value was not created in a digital space. She is very real. Our visitor centre prides itself on warm welcomes, a passionate and knowledgeable team, and a restaurant and cocktail service that elevates the Cardrona experience. Inviting our guests to see, touch, and taste the spirits was the first step in explaining the price. High cost of production demanded a high price point, as did the cost of selling and distribution. We claimed ownership of our distribution from the start, ensuring our message was delivered to the customer in our own words by our own hands. Consistent, transparent, quality without compromise, and beautiful. Owning the process and the delivery is capital intensive and does require a strong team. We did experience pushback on price to start with. It is the role of the buyer to push back on price. Our sales coach armed us with Zig Zaylers. It's easier to explain price once than to apologise for quality forever. We stood firm, we believed in our market position, and we built a brand to endure. The pushbacks fell away. There is room in our pricing strategy for each ticket to be clipped en route to the customer. We are not in the business of selling at a loss, and neither are our retailers. We do not have a minimum purchase order. Each sale enables investment in marketing activities and an opportunity to connect with our customer. We do not discount on price. We are generous with our time and attention to process. We focused our energy and our capital on winning New Zealand first. It would be our test market before taking Cardrona to the rest of the world. Cardrona's geographical position adds complexity to trade, but we knew we needed to compete. For many whisky enthusiasts, premium brand association is tied to Scotland. We had to show what Cardrona and what a New Zealand single malt whisky could deliver. It was Desiree's initial intention to wait, to launch the whisky when it was 10 years old and ready for serious consideration. 3 years in, we tasted the stock, invited experts in the industry to do the same, and we all agreed. It was good. It was really exciting. Exciting enough to reevaluate the business model and respond to what was happening in our warehouse. We launched Cardrona's Just Hatch at 3 years old in a half-size bottle at cask strength. It was a real-time, honest progress report whisky that invited conversation on age, on dilution, and most importantly, on New Zealand single malt whisky. In 2020, Just Hatched was placed in the top 50 whiskies tasted by Whisky magazine. Our 3-year-old was awarded category winner, single malt, under 12 years at the World Whisky Awards. We had made a great whisky and we were ready to share it with a wider audience. Consideration of export markets was straightforward. We would play to our strengths. We would start with English-speaking countries, cultures that we understood, places where our marketing material would translate well. Naturally, we looked across the ditch to Australia. Australia's excise tax rate is over double that paid in New Zealand. At over $100 Australian per absolute litre, this is a topic of conversation in itself and a challenge facing the future of the Australian spirits industry. For a small startup business, this cost could not be justified. We were building a brand and dollars spent on tax were dollars lost from marketing. A high excise tax rate discouraged market entry to Australia. To ensure our Australian guests to Cardrona Distillery were cared for, we arranged for pallets of our core range to be shipped to a bonded warehouse in a major city. From here we can service orders online and look after our fans with special releases. This channel allows for repeat purchases. We have many visitors that come to ski, so it's nice to keep that connection alive. And our Australian market ever since has been really an extension of our visitor centre. With minimal investment, it has continued to grow organically. We looked further afield. The United Kingdom's excise tax rate was half what we paid at home. This is our biggest cost, and again, a cost saving allowed more dollars in the value chain to invest in marketing. Cost was the deciding factor in starting with the United Kingdom over Australia. We knew that marketing efforts were wasted if the consumer could not connect with the product. We needed a channel strategy. We needed to be able to sell. Despite excellent introductions with Waitrose, Berry Brothers, Speciality, nobody heard of us. Cardrona Distillery was met with no's from many distributors, so we decided to do it ourselves. Obtaining a license to sell proved to be a bigger hurdle than anticipated. Months of persistence and patience were required in satisfying the administrative demands of this process. It wasn't until our local sales representative and his wife moved to London and secured a UK address that we felt any momentum. This was our experience when we were small and had limited capital. Export strategy was self-led. Our new temporary UK residents were charged with hiring and training a sales team that would hit the pavement and carry the Cardrona message. Without the might of established distribution channels, we would win over the hearts of bartenders, independents, and whisky enthusiasts, one person at a time. The UK sales team were ready in September 2019. They were limited to trade shows to start and did experience pushback on price like we had in New Zealand. We held firm. We refused to undermine the consumer confidence that we built, the confidence held by our early supporters. And the team were bolstered by the curiosity and the positive feedback from the whisky lovers they were engaging with. Tasting the spirit, it challenged age as a proxy for quality, and it inspired excitement for Padrona's future. If this was our 3-year-old, imagine what future expressions could bring. The team found their feet around Christmas. By March, the United Kingdom was in lockdown, and we had 6 people confined to their homes. I learned to deliver virtual tastings at odd hours of the day and night to support their restricted sales efforts. Their hunger for selling had been building, only to be blocked. For a remote distillery built to receive tourists, one newly launched on the other side of the world, while restrictions to travel and all that came with COVID-19 was not part of the plan. This would be our defining challenge. We weathered it, we kept our team intact, something I'm incredibly proud of, and we offered spirit to those that needed surface sterilisation to stay operational. We didn't pivot, we moved forward with it. That is what I've come to learn, is that there will be challenges along the way. COVID was absolutely a shared challenge, a shared lesson, and it was ours. Plans A, B, C, and D were in place for what life would look like after this period. Unfortunately, Plan A pulled through and New Zealand's borders were opened. We brought our UK team home, believing that time spent at the distillery would re-energise them and then translate into sales. There is real power in bringing the team together and bringing them to a place like this. Route to market continues to be a challenge for us in the United Kingdom. We were forced to make some hard decisions, and we have since narrowed our UK team and our focus more to London. Entry to the United States was 8 years in the making. Here, we could not replicate the New Zealand do-it-yourself model. We could not do it without setting up a US company. We couldn't let the liquid do the talking, not without first finding the right partner to import, distribute, and sell. The 3 tiers of compliance slowed Padrona's entry into the United States, but had always accompanied the vision for Padrona Distillery. Market entry, like waiting for a single malt whisky to mature, was a long, slow burn. Day3 met John Burrow on a trip to New York in 2014. It's a very fortunate meeting. John is the chair of the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States. He has spent his career innovating new pathways to entry for independent players in spirits and co-founded MHW in 1995. John speaks frequently at industry events around the world, and on hearing that he was in Australia, Day3 invited John to visit Padrona Distillery, the building site, in 2015. He said yes. Years later, many years later, John reached out to import Padrona Distillery spirit. He aligned our brand with Southern Glaciers, the US's largest spirit importer, and in 2022, we celebrated a successful entry into the US market. A very different experience to the entry into the United Kingdom. Padrona is now in the process of sending a brand ambassador to support the US market full-time. For the brand to have value, the associations it offers needs to feel tangible and familiar. The technical sales capabilities absolutely exist here. However, having a man on the ground that knows Padrona has proved worth the investment in time and travel. Seems there is no substitute for a strong handshake, genuine conversation, and a story told with a Kiwi accent. To maintain relevance, we now need to ensure supply. 2 of our brands have captured the attention of US buyers: the Padrona single malt whisky and the Reed, our single malt vodka. The lead time between distillation and consumption of whisky, as we all know, is very long and very expensive. From the mill to the bottle, our Reed can be with the packaging team in 8 days. This is a vodka that celebrates its raw ingredients and presents the purest expression of Padrona's fermentation profile. We delight in both sharing the Reed and for redefining, and we look forward to redefining what a vodka can be for so many people. In 2022, Padrona Distillery initiated a capital raise. This was to service demand and our trajectory of growth. We needed to lay more casks. It took 18 months, during which time production was scaled back to save costs of production. My team dived into sales, into the kitchen, and I was back on the tools full time, alone. The search for investment partners would not be restricted to New Zealand. On the 13th of September 2023, an announcement was made. Padrona Distillery had been purchased by International Beverage, a subsidiary business of Thai. International Beverage is an outstanding owner for Padrona Distillery and will take our great whisky to the world. I cannot wait to tap into the collective distilling expertise, to have access to established distribution channels, to have that capital relief that allows 10-year, 20-generational planning and consideration, and we're excited. The acquisition was a huge step for Padrona, and it is one that is celebrated. International Beverage saw the value created in Padrona Distillery and planned to develop that value with intention. In scaling whisky production to 24/7 from the 9 to 5 that I know, we're preparing for international success. Padrona Distillery's future is unleashed.
Thank you so much. Great. And now our third speaker, we have Chris Middleton, who will be speaking not just about Starboard, but giving an even wider perspective on case studies and export around the world.
Yes.
Chris, it's all right, I've got a clock on it.
There's a lot to talk about. I put up two signs here. One is Starboard. I haven't got a background, but I'll try and do a quick synopsis. It was started back in 2010, we started production. I joined with Dave Vitale. I've been working in America as one brand director Jack Daniels. Each holiday I was coming home because my family still lived in Sydney and I was going to start a distillery. But when I decided to move back here with my family, I met David and we put our heads together in 2008. And then we just sat down and we started planning what kind of distillery we wanted. And we took a business plan rather than a distillery plan. So we looked at it being vision, mission, ambition, our goals, our objectives, what the volumes need to be, and more importantly, what the capital would be. And that was a limitation in Australia, and a constant limitation is people don't have an appetite for risk in that space. But maybe I'll move on to that a little later as I go through our story of how we moved to export and the costs involved there. The other part of Whisky Caveat is actually a bad name, but I just coined it one day, about 12 years ago. Because I lived in Sydney, I wasn't having to do all the hard work at the distillery. I left David on the daily runs of doing the production. And I was just sitting back on the phone, visiting down Melbourne. So I became back as a consultant to startups in America, Australia, consulting with the global whisky companies, and working with a lot of distributors. In fact, I thought this morning, or last night, in my near 40 years, I've worked with distributors all over the world. I'm not a distributor, but I sort of understand it and how important they are, and that's which is why I can fit in. I'm an observer rather than a player. So I can bring two perspectives. I'll talk the role we did with Starwood and the role of the broader implications. Hopefully give some lessons. Now, I live in two worlds, and I want to describe whisky as the maker's world and the drinker's world. My background is the drinker's world. So in other words, the part that you have control over as distillers is the makers. This is where your raw ingredients, your materials, your biological processes, your mechanical, you've got a great deal of control, even the bottle and label. But the moment that's finished and it goes out the door, you move into drinker's world. And that's where you start to lose control. Again, we'll talk about how do you try and keep control where the production and manufacturing has now become a psychological landscape of the trade, both often on premise, but most importantly, and if I can get to it, to me it was always about the consumer. So when we started the distillery, we didn't have the bold ambition of being the best whiskey. In fact, I didn't know what the best whiskey is, but I change all the time, and it can be a very cheap whiskey or a very good one. The joke, of course, I think we've all used the best whiskey is a free whiskey. So we wanted to build a whiskey that would be competitive. First in Australia, that had to be we had to land our base, and then immediately go to export when we had the volume to reach out. I'll work through that a little bit more detail, but the key to our success was to build a brand and a whiskey. There are two different worlds. The whiskey had to be at the right price. So we had to make a whiskey back in 2010 when we started production for what is known as $75, which is unheard of, because we didn't have the scale. Other micros that were coming out were over $100. So the objective was to establish, could we make a cost-effective whiskey that would sit in the mainstream with other malts. So our competitive set were Monkey Shoulder, Highland Park. They were all the malts that were coming into Australia. The market wasn't very big at the time. It was only 1% of the total whiskey sales, but it was growing fast. So we had a frame, we had a competitive set that we needed to be with, and we needed to have a price advantage for not only have the novelty of being Australian, which could act as a barrier, but just being the right price that would be up there for choice. So that was a great achievement. We were going to make a good whiskey that was great value for $75. We wanted to do about $100 worth of value in flavour. So we built a flavoursome whiskey for $100, and then later we explained that we're getting better ones. So we wouldn't call our process innovation, we call our process more about improvements in the whiskey styles we may be able to produce. But the core, as I'll get into here, is having consistency in the product and also in the way it's marketed. So, next. Between Makers World and Drinkers World is the bridge, and that's the distributor. They're the ones that get it through all the channels. Excuse me, I've lost my name. Again, I wasn't too sure who the audience was here, so I had to work with the assumption that everyone had moved probably from launch and establishing a whiskey in their home market, and they're moving into what would be the growth phase. They realise they've got a certain penetration or a certain ambition to be not necessarily a global whiskey, but a transnational whiskey, which was what our plan was from day one. So from day one, we formulated our export strategy and sales strategy, and how we built our franchises in the trade and with the consumer. This will come part of the presentation. So the question was put by the moderators, some basic questions that I thought would be a good way to describe what we're up to. When did we start planning our export strategy? Well, before we had a distillery. We didn't have any plant, but we sat down and said, what do we want to produce? What are the volumes? What are the costs? What are the marketplaces? What are the target audiences? And we started mapping all of that out in a very broad, loose business plan on a whiteboard. We also, at the same time as we started production, were assessing distributors. Now, I went through, because I was fortunate working in the industry and coming back, I knew a lot of players that were in this distribution game in Australia. And in Australia, there were 43 companies selling 99.9% of all the whiskey brands. But 10 companies sold 98%. An interesting thing was that, unique to Australia, as of those 10 companies, 9 were all owned by international companies. So it was William Grant's, it was Campari, it was Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, it was Diageo, Pernod Ricard, all the big guys had set up, in the last 25 years, set up their own distribution. So they controlled their assets. We weren't going to get a knock in the door there because we were a competitor in that sense. They were focused on their own brands. There was one independent there called South Trade. I happen to know the owners I've worked with in the past. They had a premium portfolio, which was great because we were at a price point that was a premium, not super premium luxury, but a premium. And they also had just launched a year before Buffalo Trace, so they had the learning of how do you put a new brand of whiskey in the marketplace. So they were a natural fit. I didn't want to pick them automatically, so I went through quite an exhaustive process. And later I'll show you what I set up as some of our guidelines to guide us through the process, that we didn't jump in and appoint South Trade. Because the irony is, within about 5 years, that's our book. So now virtually 98%. Most of whiskey in Australia is now controlled by the international companies for distribution. So how important were exports to business? I think I've answered that earlier. That to us, we set a policy, a program, which I think you mentioned, which we call it the low-hanging fruit. We were going to markets where whiskey was already in existence. We were not a market developer. That's the big guys. They pioneered. We come in the back and we're tactical. We try and sort of nibble off where the growth was happening in the malt market. Interesting for the malt market, it is quite a large one globally. we're talking, somebody mentioned yesterday, I did some fast numbers in my head, that about a third of all the whiskey exports out of the UK as of last week is malt. So let's call that 35 million. There's 90 countries probably producing malt whiskey. And if you start to rank them all up, the numbers, Australia, America, you end up with about 20-25% of the total malt market is New World, and the balance is Scottish. So it's quite a formidable size. It's grown in the last 10 years. Excuse me, I was up at 4:30 this morning for phone call, so I even make the difference of time zone. We looked at, when we started, we were focused purely on being a whiskey distillery and a malt whiskey distillery. We saw the potential, as I said, Australia is less than 1%, but it's growing 25% a year. It is now, from I think it was about 80,000 cases when we started planning. It is now probably over 250,000 cases, and it's just on fire. We're in the sweet spot. So we kind of made our bed there and grew. But we also realised as we went along that in order to compete, we needed also to have a price competitive product. So we ended up moving into blended whiskey, which is our twofold, by using a wheat base in Australia as well. So we ended up not being pure malt whiskey, but a whiskey distillery. So we didn't set our parameters around specific. So we could do RTDs, we would do cocktails. Anything that would serve the whiskey drinker, we would create based around the starwood idea. So how do you control things at a distance? Well, the hit one is you start losing control. Now there are a number of mechanisms by which you can control or at least influence what's going on. The first thing we got rushed in a lot of marketplaces because we needed to get Australia right, build a base knowing that we have a strong brand in our home place. Then we wanted to go ideally to America. So as soon as we started planning, I started contacting distributors in America that I knew that were small, ones that wouldn't be a threat to take us on. The problem is when you go and say you're an unknown brand, you don't even have a brand name, you don't even have a distillery, and when you do, you're almost invisible, and you end up in the third tier, not the top tier, the third tier. And down there, they're not really salesmen, they don't have the staff, they don't often have the resources, and you end up just being a line on their order list, and if they're not promoting you, you get passed over. So we learned, also knew that was the problem with having an Australian distributor. We wanted one that was part of our business. So, and we'll come up a little later, that was really part of the criteria, is having people that were more than supportive, they fell in love with us. In fact, we even offered them equity, a very small equity as a reward if they were able to achieve the sales. So we've been very commercial to win out a distributor. And we've still got them, they're still there, they've been fantastic. In fact, the first day we did our production run, which was in January 2010, they were in the distillery visiting from Sydney. But we hadn't appointed them, that was a couple of years away. So that the American strategy was being looked at for years, but we were late to get into America because we couldn't find a partner. In the end, we ended up forming a joint venture in 2018, and then we started our rollout in 2019. Of course, then we were all slammed, and really we got hurt in America, as many of the importers did, because we couldn't knock on doors. Trade weren't taking visitation, so we couldn't get the selling. We're a nobody, and nobody wants to talk to us. So poor David Vitale, who was based over in America, his job was to open the doors for the team. They couldn't do anything. We were sort of sitting there doing nothing. So the recession hit us quite badly, and we ended up doing a bit of pivoting and changing our export strategy to away from those low-hanging fruit to who would distributors that really would be interested in us, and that took us into Asian markets. But in the meantime, while this was all happening, we framed our audience around whiskey drinkers. Obviously, premium ones had our price point, and in the malt set, fine, but they could come from other sets. So we knew who they were. They covered a line. We didn't describe them by demographic because you had the aging boomer who is now trading up. The premiumisation trend, which had been going on for about 15 years, was really starting to build momentum. But there's another phenomenon which I observed in America, which was quickly happening in Australia, and that was the millennials who were coming in and they had completely destroyed the adoption pathway that we all knew for brands and cycles. In other words, you family a friend would introduce you to a whiskey or a brand, you would come through peer pressure, and you went through an evolution where you dragged that brand, you moved up through other brands, you had the third brands. the new way the consumer work, and it's happening across all markets, and I've seen it happening in Asia, is the young millennial, anyone from the age of 21 to 35, is just coming straight on the top of the whiskey market. Traditionally, you took a generation to get them to the top. Now they're coming straight in. But they're usually drinking with cocktails. So we know, I'm speaking to the purist audience here, but really most people don't like whiskey. In every country you go to, about 90% of it's changed before they drink it. So 75% goes into carbonated drinks, cocktails. So they like the flavour of whiskey, but they don't like the enjoyment. But they will evolve into that if they get into the adoption pathway and start drinking whiskey. So our new audience has really become whiskey drinkers, but maybe connoisseurs, the real numbers are cocktail drinkers, which is where our brand stands up quite well because of our wood policies, which we use Australian red wine casks and hot climate temperatures. They'll work very well to make very bold coloured flavours that will work well in many of the cocktails. It's almost like it's a malt whiskey that sometimes I describe as a bourbon because it's got the bourbon characteristics of the wood and the strong flavours so we're quite a different animal, but we're still a malt whiskey or a blended whiskey based on malt. So image. I would always quote one of my favourite explanations of what is about image, and that was a guy called Max Factor, who in the 1950s was asked why he was so successful in the business. And he said, oh, it's very simple. He said, in my factory, I manufacture cosmetics. In the store, I sell hope. And that's always been the great division. Starwood's not whiskey, it's a brand, it's an idea, it's a dream, and if you can tap into what people are looking for in their different worlds they exist in, their psychographic movements, you are able then to transcend your product into being a memory, not just a whiskey. So image is important, but that takes a lot of time. In the old days, the old saying used to be, it takes a generation to build a whiskey brand. I would say today it probably takes 5 or 6 years to establish a whiskey brand that's accelerated because of social media and because of the new millennials and the new drinkers coming in at a different level. So when we started from day one. Oh, okay, wrong direction. Control. I'll add a little bit more control. I mean, there are probably only 2 ways you can control. One is the digital, and that's been fantastic. In the last 15 years since social media came and the internet has really blossomed. But that gives you limited control because you're not creating mirror sites in different countries for places on prices and locations. So it has a limitation, but it gives you a global access. What you then need is you need boots on the ground. And we knew that from day one, and that's the cost of business. So many in this room will know an expression I've used for many, many years. It's easy making whiskey, the hard part is selling it. When I consult people saying, give me $1 million, I can make you a really great whiskey, but I can't guarantee I'll ever sell it. Because there's thousands of brands out there, people have their habits. It just takes a long time to break in the trade, all those challenges you get through, and convince people to stop it, let alone drink it, it's hard. In fact, I used to do the numbers, and this is a lesson I think for looking at export or even domestic markets. The rule of thumb is for every dollar you put into production, that's capex, working capital, you've got the bottle at the door, you need to spend about another $7 in sales and marketing. The cost of getting into a marketplace is incredibly expensive. That's where we confronted the issues of we needed more money, we needed a wrong way to get to the consumer. We could make it economically, but we were competing with everyone in the marketplace for presence sales. Practicalities. So once we're in, I'll not skip this one because of time. So, formulating a trade plan. Every one of you will have a completely different need and strategy and requirement. And it's just, there's a broad template, but the template has to be written to your business plan, your product, your price point, your markets, your ambition. So that's the good news, everyone has a chance. And this is, to me, the exciting part. There's always brands coming and going in the whiskey market. I think since the last 200 years, there's been close to 40,000 brands. Today, maybe 5,000 brands globally, maybe a bit more, but they're coming and going. The interesting thing is, the big ones get it right when they stay in the top position for years. So Johnny Walker and Jack Daniels, the last 40 years, have been the market leaders because they've got the muscle, they've got the strength, they've got the exports. But underneath it, tobacco brand. This is where there's always opportunities for something, with a point of difference you can come in and make a place where you can grow and establish your beachhead, both geographically and in the minds of the consumer. Every country's different, and this is, everyone's touched on this one. In America, you've not only got 52 states and a 3-tiered system, 13 states control systems controlled by the government, and Texas even has a 4-state system. Then you get down to the counties. So you've got to really understand the choice. So we're doing homework. And we were doing a lot of homework in each market. So whether it was Australia, we mapped out Australia very carefully. We said, okay, when we go to Australia, we launch in Melbourne, go to Sydney, we'll do the cap cities on the east coast. We're going to target the top 200 bars and try and get in there, working with South Australia. We're going to target certain retailers that will handle premium customers. South Australia were great because they had premium price. And when they walked in, they were seen as premium people. There were a lot of distributors who wouldn't go in because they're old, they're scruffy, they talk in slang, so it was not the right fit for a style, but we were trying to create an image that we're a premium whiskey. So every country has these differences, and that's the thing you've got to navigate through. I think you were talking about, I didn't realise the different alcohols varied by state in India. So if you don't realise it's going in, it costs you a lot of money and trouble working it all out. Then the question becomes, what do you have? Do you have a distributor, or do you have an agent? So how do you pay them, by commission, or a flat fee, or do you do, in our case in America, we elected to do a form of joint venture because of the tier system. We have different ways, different business models, different marketplaces. And it's a matter of cost and also the attention we believe that new partners can give us in advancing the brand. Because we're not going to be there at all the sales calls. We'll be overseeing it. So we can have people on point, we can have brand ambassadors opening doors in bars, but they're not salesmen. There are very few that are proven to be salesmen. You can have trade managers, which in the old language used to be called principals. I used to work with a lot of principals back in the 80s and 90s. They were sent out from America, they were sent out from Europe, and they were there to monitor the brand in the marketplace, watching the distributor, vetting the numbers, overseeing the promotions. They had an overseeing management role. So we've kind of gone back to that model in some markets. So in Asia, we've got a trade manager. Similar there, we're doing the same thing in Europe. But in America, we've got a much more dedicated team of 6 or 7 people there. So each marketplace, in a way, dictates what volumes and what costs you can put in, and what their sales and distribution requires the type of staffing to best meet that skill set. When we did it, we did a lot of homework in just interviewing people as well. Through the trade, in some markets I knew a lot of people, in other markets I knew nobody. So it was a matter of just talking to people, going and having a drink. How are these agents going? How have you performed? Even talking with people that might technically be competitors. And as we've discovered, the industry, there is no competition there's competition for sales, but there's a collegiate atmosphere where people will quite openly talk about private matters without breaking any confidentiality. So you get a lot of honest opinion about people, sales, problems they've had, weaknesses, and you can then address those to come. Doesn't fit for me. So we did a lot of homework, and we also did case studies. I was brought up doing case studies. I found them incredibly important. So even when we started the story, I had case studies that were, for example, Woodford Reserve. Now, Woodford Reserve started in 1996, and it was probably the first dedicated premium distillery in America in the modern era. And they came up with Woodford Reserve 5, 6, 7 years later. So they have then created a brand that's now selling over 40 million cases in 20 years, which is quite an achievement. So they became a really great model of understanding, starting a distillery, starting a brand, and then growing into a global marketplace. And we could use them as a benchmark, not to copy them, but to say, they're an inspiration. Do they make mistakes? How do we pivot over here? We're Australian. What can we bring that makes us a little bit different, a little bit more exciting in the marketplace, because we've got to have a difference, you know? Same, but different. So the case studies provide a great way of looking at consumers, competitive sets, and even distributors. This is something I thought I dragged out from my files. If people want a copy of it, they're more than welcome. And what it is, I call them guidelines because they were used by Dave and I to work out what we need to achieve in appointing our first distributor and our one. So what's the checklist? So obviously first part, who are we? So what's our vision, mission, ambition? You know, who are we chasing? We've got to know who we are, what we're making, what we're going after, so they can join us on that dream. I've circled this one because this, as Paul John was talking about, this relationship is the key. We knew that if you don't have the relationship, you're at the dead number one. So we were looking for a long-term partner to grow with. Now sometimes we may screw up, or they may screw up, but it's the ability to work through supply or other issues that creates a really good relationship. You can also pick some bad ones. We weren't very good when we went to the UK in about 2016. We had a lot of demand by the UK wanting to test the water. There had not been an Australian malt whisky in the UK since before World War I, 2003. There's a brand made also very close to where we are in Port Melbourne. It was only a few blocks away, called Federal Distillery. It was the biggest malt whisky distillery in the world in the 1920s. And they created a brand for export called Boomerang. Just think about it. I want to tell you, it was only exported, so it was one of those rare exceptions. And I think I was scratching my head the other week. How many brands have been developed for export before they established their own home market? You're as rare as hen's teeth. So you're an exception. And then Boomerang came and you're sitting in the audience, sitting watching. And the Boomerang was a very appalling name to use, because you know what a boomerang does? It comes back. The guys didn't last very long. They ended up amalgamating and creating an interesting side story. They ended up creating a leading malt whisky. Now, all the distilleries in Australia at the beginning of the 20th century were malt distilleries. So we passed the first laws on what whisky was to prevent the English dumping their stock when the Patterson's collapse happened. So they then started amalgamating and blending a whisky called Old Court. And it became, there may have been a brand in the early 19th century, Darren Tosh, but it wasn't bottled, it was just a commodity. So this was the first marketplace in the world where a malt whisky was the leading whisky. And in Australia, it's a big whisky market. Since 1880 to this day, whisky has been the leading spirits category. It's gone from 43 to 53. No other category's ever beat. So we're a whisky drinking nation. And we like all kinds of whisky. It was Scotch. 20 years ago, bourbon overtook and we became the bourbon centre. We drink 2.5 times more per capita bourbon than Americans. And we are. So this one brand, this malt whisky, became the market leader in Australia against all the competitors from Scotland, which is quite remarkable. So, what you're looking for? Yeah, I think it's self-evident. You just want people that understand who you're reaching out to as a consumer. Who is your low-hanging fruit? Where are your opportunities to get distribution, but more importantly, to develop a franchise? Because sometimes it's easy selling the first bottle, but if they don't come back, you've not got a loyal customer. You won't be part of their preferred set. So that was part of working with them to understand who they are, not as a demographic, more as a psychographic, how they socialise, what their habits are, those sort of stuff. And then to work out where they would fit in their portfolio. Are there other whiskies? Is it going to complement it? Do they have premium cognac, which would kind of sit nicely? So we're sitting with good company. So it represented what we are as a brand, our ambitions of brand, our intent status, gave us a good company to be kept with. And as much as shared values and culture is a hard one to measure, you get a feel for people. This is it's an intuitive thing. My background was doing global cultural marketing, going into marketplaces, and not understanding what the values were that we could attach our brand to, because our brand represents, for example, independence. What's independence mean in China versus South Korea versus South Africa or Australia. And it's quite different in each marketplace. They have different ideas of what independence stands for because their cultures are different. So you try and find out, do we like each other? Can we trust each other? Do we have the same values? And those come from conversations and often, sometimes good argument, a good debate. Always debate. As I said, we know just quickly moving around, how am I going for time? Wrap it up. I know that it seems almost offensive to say we don't sell whiskey. We have whiskey in the bottle, but we're selling a proposition. And then the brand comes in packages. It's in the bottle, it's in the label. Jack Daniels, we used to say that 95% of the advertising was the bottle. The black and white, the name, the square bottle shape. That was the thing that people saw and identified with. It became a symbol of rebellion. So they were able to exploit rebellious youth, rock and roll, pop culture, jeans, music, all the things that Americana, not America, but the things people admired about America was symbolized in Jack. So they were selling a Tennessee whiskey, but they were really just selling rebellion and contradictory tradition too, how it was made, but the whiskey was secondary. I think we talked about long-term distribution emissions. Obviously, we do a lot of research, case studies, I'll fly through. About the consumer. We are in the game of recruitment. There's two ways. If you're an established brand, you want to hold your franchise together. So you're doing as much to keep them so they don't go to a brand like Star Wars or yours. So ours is recruitment. We're coming in on the back of the big guys and trying to get those referrals and advocacy in order to bring in the new drinker and hopefully make it part of their repertoire. But today, the marketplace become much more fickle. So that's an opportunity, but it's also a threat because if I move on to the next fad, particularly the condescending in the malt category, they just want to try what's next. They'll never come, rarely they come back and say, oh, that's so good, I'm going to keep drinking that one. Because ultimately, you've got to remember this, I keep coming back in our business. We don't exist without the consumer. They purchase, they consume, they advocate for us. They become the best advocates. So I'm always trying to come back and see it from the consumer's point of view, the product, value, proposition, where it's served, how it's served. Even amusingly, we try to create a point of difference by having it with food. It's a hard ask, whiskey and food, but you can, under certain circumstances, do it. In fact, I remember yesterday that Suntory had the same strategy back in the 80s, and I think it was called the two chopsticks. Am I right? Yeah. So a lot of companies try to pair with food. It's just again, it's a marketing point of difference, but you can create a different consumption behaviour if people really think it goes well with food rather than as an aperitif or a shooter or something you drink later at night. Okay, here's the guidelines. I'm running up. These are guidelines. They're self-evident, but these are the three that I actually started this distillery with. One is we have to be focused. Focused on what markets we're going into, what channels we're going through. Our SKUs, we have one hero and then we have a secondary one. So we need backups and we need shelf space. So we have three maybe, but we had our hero one, which was the malt. Today, our two brands are the malt, which we call Nova, and we have the blended whiskey, which is called Twofold. Abstract name, it just landed there. So they represent all of our marketing, all of our push, all of our sales, because they're popular. They serve different price points, different. One's great for putting cocktails in, one's great for sipping. So they meet different needs for different consumer franchises. So the SKUs, we have a focus, we have a story to tell why people drink it and how they enjoy it. And then focus on your prospect, who is going to be your customer. And again, this one's really important. This is what makes the big guys survive. It's consistency. And I've just put down 3 forms of consistency because all of us, think of it as human beings, we don't like things to change. So you want the product to be relatively the same all the time, ideally always the same. It's never really the same. Jack Daniels, Johnny Walker are always getting a little bit better. It's incremental changes. They're making it to a changing marketplace or changing service. But as everyone's concerned, it's consistent. Johnny Walker tastes the same, it's red, blue, brands. Everyone wants consistency. You also need to have a fairly good price consistency because people are willing to, they'll find a price threshold where they're willing to shop. And if you radically discount it, they think, They get suspicious about the brand. Why is it so cheap? Have you changed the formula? Is something wrong? And equally, if you put it up too far, when you just frighten them off, they go somewhere else. They'll have a preferred or selection set they'll drink from. And then positioning is really broadly what you're saying about yourself. You know, what do I stand for? What is my messaging? And even to a great extent, the bottle. You're not locked into these things. I can't believe this. In 10 years, we've changed our bottle and our label 3 times, which is against all of my principles. But we didn't get it right each time. So we had to move with the marketplace. So as we went more global, we had to adjust to the different marketplace to ensure we had sort of like a global look for our brand, our bottle, our naming, our architecture. Everything was kind of driven by our growth. But we kept the elements, so it's the same logo, it's the same, so we wanted that consistency. So that change any of those and you can be at risk of losing either an established franchise or a building new prospect franchise because you're seen as too fickle. And of course the other guideline is you need 2 types of resources. One is financial, you need deep pockets. I think everyone's realising that. It's the 1-to-7 ratio. So where we thought we might need something that has 6 figures, within 5 or 6 years we realised we needed something with 9 figures. So the cost of going into marketplaces and buying that presence, as well as maintaining the inventory and building it up, is a lot more than even I expected. I came from the industry, so it's throwing me. And the other part is human resources. One thing we've been able to do is get better people. In Australia, like New Zealand, where you had no distillers, the distilling industry disappeared in the 1980s. In fact, I knew the 2 last distillers in Europe and a Korea, and they're in their late 70s. They were grisly old buckets. They were spiteful of the industry shut down. But there was nobody there, so we ended up getting craft brewers in because we needed beer making, and we employed a lot of winemakers. So a lot of our skill sets, a lot of our changes, and David, you'll be in the same position, wouldn't you? Yeah, now Dave with us from Archie Rose in Sydney. We've all gone through, we coach each other's staff occasionally. I was on a phone call this morning, we lost 2 staff to Nomad. So there's a competition there. We're building an industry, but you pay a price that others will poach. But we're building that industry. So human resources are how to reward people, how to keep good people there, as well as getting the right people, having the right sales director. We went through 2 CEOs. The first one was brilliant because he came from a biotech background and he knew how to put the manufacturing together. He was maker's world, absolutely. I mean, he set our standards. Our module, everything was done. The trouble was he didn't understand the drinker's world. He didn't understand the psychology of the consumer, the brand, the trade. And so we're falling over. We could make it, but we were having trouble selling it. So we appointed the head of treasury as our drinker's world. He's brilliant. So we've been able to move to fit, as the business changes, the right people, bring in the smart people. I just sit in the meeting and just go, wow, this is fantastic. You sit in the back seat and you just make sure you get out of their way, because if you've got the right people, they won't get it right every time, but they'll get it right most of the time. And you've got to trust them. I'll skip this one. It's a spooky thing, but it gives you, what it was designed to give you an insight into how the consumer works. That's good, because I was trying, by this stage of the presentation, trying to make you guys think about the consumer rather than the distillery. I know this is all about distilling. At the end of the day, that's the payoff. I'll just touch on it very quickly. Very quickly, because these 2, I chose the 2 world leaders. Jack grew his distribution because the military demanded wherever they went to have the whiskey. So it went to West Germany, it went to Japan, it went to England with our base, it went to France with our base. Australia, we banned, we wouldn't trade bourbon after Prohibition. And it was not until 1963 when we allowed bourbon to come back in. And that was the Vietnam War that caused that. So all the R&R happened in Sydney. So I can actually point to the very place, the bourbon and beefsteak, is the 0 date where the whole bourbon industry developed in Australia. So the military drove their strategy, and they didn't drive it at all. They were in the back seat being told to deliver it to the government officials, the embassies, and then they started learning how to develop the marketplace. The popular culture game was right there, because then the rock and roll band started drinking and became, everyone wanted to be Jack Daniels and Hollywood. Johnny Walker had a different one. They started striking out the first export market was again Australia in 1867. And they were being driven out because of the immigrants. So many people were leaving Scotland and England, where the brand existed, into Canada, into South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, that the agents were now demanding and they were paying to bring out. And eventually they saw it was so important that they set up their own office here in Australia in the 1880s. So one of the Walkers out, one of the sons, to learn in Australia how to run the biggest export market, so he could go back and run Johnny Walker, the company in London. So interesting snapshot. Interesting. They didn't control their future. It was the consumer that controlled their future. Oh, there it goes. Okay. What does it all mean? Okay, I think we've done that. It's really for the trade. You've got to understand the trade, how it works, who they are, the risks, and more for the consumer. You've got to have eyes on the market. That's not self-evident. You've got to work the streets, and you've got to work with various stakeholders. They can be government at times, all kinds of places. The focus, which I've dealt with, consistency I've dealt with, and wherever you are, whatever currency, you need the resources to be able to deliver it. Otherwise, it just limits the speed by which you can do it, or it compromises how. In a lot of cases, the businesses go to the wall because the runway stops and you fall off it. Did I do all right?
You did all right.
Well, something. Everyone's now fully caffeinated. We can get on this session. I just want to say thank you to all the speakers. I want to say in particular thanks to Chris. Not only was he up at 4:30 this morning to be in the board meeting, but he said in the very, very last minute, Dave Vitale was meant to be here, he had family issues, he couldn't make it, and Chris stepped in at pretty much days' notice. So thank you very much indeed, Chris. Thank you. And you can finish your presentation now if you want. You've probably got another 25 slides to get through. I was going to kick off, and I think we really want to make this as open as possible in the next two sessions. But I wanted to kick off with something you said, Sarah, that you were creating a flavour to compete, that you know, compete against the wider set, but also compete within the individual markets. You know, so how do you go about that? And is the key, one of the key steps is actually finding that difference in terms of flavour, in terms of what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wonder if compete is maybe not the right word. I think we definitely built a whiskey for Padron, and that was very important to us. That it was, the flavour profile wasn't for any particular market. We wanted it to be the best that it could be. But we're competitive by nature, I think, Kiwis. It's something we don't shy away from. And that we wanted it to be, I guess, taken seriously. And I think you start with competition-based positioning. You need to first be accepted into that category. So highlighting points of similarity with style, with process, and then you want to kind of stand up against the product exemplar. So I think that was probably Day3 wanting to wait, was that wanting to make sure that she had a whiskey that was perfect, and I think we had to unload that and know that it's never going to be perfect, and launching early was a bit hard for her, but in doing it in a way that was very honest and very kind of creative, that it was young, but how great is it now, made that was more digestible for her. So yeah, compete's probably the wrong word. I think you've got to make the best whiskey that you can with the tools that you have, and then celebrate the nuances that you put along with it.
Yeah. I mean, Chris, in terms of the creation of style, how important then was it to create that character to be able to not just compete, but actually to cut through?
As
So
a brand?
you're not
As a brand
just
or whiskey?
yeah, as a brand. And I would say probably let's look at liquor as well before you look at a brand, because you've got a cluttered marketplace. How do you have to almost make a compromise to create a specific flavour that's going to work?
When we started, I think there were 7 distilleries making whiskey. So it was right at the beginning of the boom. Now I've got 210 on my register because now one has a register of distilleries in Australia, because I was doing due diligence for companies and looking years ago for what if they want to acquire one in Australia, so I need to get the register. So there's 200 distilleries, which is quite remarkable. There weren't many that were producing. 2000, when we went to the market, it was 8 brands. None of them were in retail, so they couldn't crack the open cellars, which was the main supermarkets and liquor stores. They were primarily going through cellar door or distillery door, or direct to consumer through direct marketing and all those channels. So we faced the problem, and so we raised it yesterday. Where do we sit? There is no new world category at that stage. It didn't exist in Australia. There were a few coming in because the gentleman here had just arrived about the same time. But it was spasmodic because it depended on where you distribute, which retailers took it on. Were they independents that specialised in whiskey, or was it going to be big guys? And it ended up being that one company, which is a company called Endeavour now, it's called Whisky. It's a supermarket that controls 50% of the sales in Australia, but they control 50% of the premium whiskey sales in Australia through their 200 box stores. So that was just, some things became, we had to be, to get to the consumer, we had to be in Dan Murphy's. They loved us before we did, so they were happy. Another thing is now creating a craft section or an Australian section, so we were able to formulate with them or under their guidance. We had a place to sit. The problem became when we did RTDs and cocktails, we wanted to sit in the whiskey section, but they wanted to put us somewhere else. So the consumers didn't know where to find us. So we went through all these learning curves in each marketplace. America, where do we sit in America? You know? So probably gone off the question.
No, that's fine.
The liquid, well, we knew we had some fundamentals that were going to create the style. We're using Australian barley and no peat. That was we're not competing. Scotch owned peat. It was almost disrespectful. So, but that had been the style of Australian malt whisky historically for 200 years when it existed. So that was kind of in the Australian style that nobody knew except for me and maybe somebody else. So it was really important. We knew because we had evolved from into the red wine cask in a couple of years, we got a very distinctive flavour. Now, to me, 75 to 80% of the flavour of certainly our whisky, and most whisky, comes from the cask. It just contributes so much. So we had a slightly different flavour profile. Really fast bold flavour. Not a long aftertaste, but really big, short lingering, great for cocktails, gave you a bang for your buck. That's what I described when I first tasted our early batch. This is more like bourbon than malt whisky. So we're talking the malt whisky frame, but really our audience was potentially the bourbon people. Then when we created the brand name, which happened in 2012, it was about capturing. I was involved in a federal court case with the international liquor brands, whiskey brands, challenging each other, and I presented a paper on the taxonomy of the nomenclature of whiskey brands. So I analysed thousands of whiskey brands over 200 years into various silos, and I found something like 75% of all Scotch malt brands were Gaelic and involved landscape and things like that. Then you went to blends. They were all named after people, primarily. Johnny Walker, teachers, viewers. So the blenders put their name on. When you got to America, it was about either place or person. So you had Jack Daniel's Jim Beam, which also had the location like Woodford Reserve. But when I got to looking at the Australian brands, which there were about from, let's say, from the 1880s up until the 1980s, there are about 120 brands. And most of the brands didn't follow any of those formulas. Like, this is brilliant. We've got to think abstractly about we're from another country, but we need to remain true as almost the way we speak. We speak a different brand language. So the idea of style was very simple. We were ambitious. We were reaching for the star, always looking for it as a business. And the idea of having a star was also really a great visual device to also put on the brand and then really create that semiotic link to us of what we are as an ambition and what our, hopefully, with the new consumers, they were equally ambitious and looking forward to something. So we're kind of getting that mindset. So we've got a very abstract way that we went about developing our brand, but no, it was not done through science. We just did it through discussions and papers, case studies, just working our way through it. And then it came.
Yeah. And I'm intrigued, actually, this kind of linking to another thing, actually, Chris and I were chatting about it, the Indian model, which is also tuned with Andrew, of starting an export first before going into the domestic market. Did that influence the style of the whisky that you were making? Were you thinking, oh, this has to work in the UK, or this has to work in overseas? Or was that not a particular factor in that decision?
I mean, that was not in my mind when we started producing whiskey, because we had no idea what we were doing. You know, we really didn't know whether the whiskey would mature properly, whether the Indian barrel would work, whether our pot stills would work, whether the design of a pot still would work. So I mean, I just knew that I liked fruity stuff. So basically, I wanted something that was fruity. So I went to see how some of these single malts that made fruitier single malts had their design of the. And that was just the briefing that I gave the people that were designing the pot stills, and we just went along to see what we can create. So it took us 4 years to figure out what was going on also, so and we didn't have much of a choice.
Yeah. But also it then taps into this idea of credibility, that what you were trying to do is create this credibility so that people back home are going, oh, the rest of the world is talking about this, therefore it must be good. So I mean, I'd like to, if you could kind of develop on that and then kind of move on to this wider concept of credibility within the other two brands.
When I started making single malts, Indian government did not have any rules or stipulations as to how it should be made or what should be made. I could have just bottled some alcohol and got in single malt and sold it. There was nothing stopping me from doing it. But you know, since I wanted to create something, I decided that on my own I will adopt the Scotch malt whiskies, complete the system of whatever the rules that they had laid down to, and that was the principle that I followed till the time. Of course, now in the last few years, the government has come. You know, there's something called a food safety, FSSI, food safety and standards, and in that they have stipulated some conditions as to what you can call whiskey and who you can consume. So there is some kind of a regulation now. But at that time, it was not there, but then I adopted the Scotch malt whiskies parameters.
And then in terms of, was it then a factor that having built abroad, then the local consumer, the Indian consumer, gave you greater credence and that you were actually making good quality whiskey? That it was easier to then.
That was the thinking, because we were ruled by the British for more than 250 years. So all Indians had that feeling that it had to be foreign to be good, and everything that came from abroad was good. Export quality meant better quality, the domestic. So when that mindset had to be first broken, especially since we were chartering into new territories. That was why I decided that I would take it abroad first, and then get it established over there, get it recognized, and then once start people talking about it, then I brought it back to India.
And in terms of that general kind of credibility, I mean, how tough was it for, say, Cardrona, to come in? Nobody's heard of New Zealand whiskey at all. I mean, I remember standing next to Ash at the whiskey show, and people essentially kind of walking past the stand, going, would you like to try some New Zealand whiskey? Do they make whiskey there? I mean, how difficult was it in those early days to just convince people that it was worth it, and it was different, and it was quality?
I think we sort of rode off the back of the brand of New Zealand being a successful brand. So people have a kind of a warmth and attachment to New Zealand because we are seen as being small and clean and green. And being from New Zealand, I think would always inspire people to be like, oh, I've been there, I want to go there. So they would come to a store. And I think, you know, Ash especially, we have never wanted to stand behind a table at any trade show. We were really big on getting out front and pulling people to us to start the conversation. Because it starts with the conversation, and being there is really important. So going to those shows is really important. But we're very fortunate in that the brand New Zealand is very strong, and we already start with a positive association.
Yeah. So you're also selling the country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
So there's an element of category building, which is kind of another question, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, how important is that as leaders? You know, as the first people moving into export markets.
I think it's why we have such an incredible whisky community in New Zealand, and why we're also close, because we're really not out there just selling our own brands. And even just last night, I think Matt Sling stepped away to have a bite, and I was just ready to run that table for everything that was on it, because we want everyone to succeed in the country, because we're so small that our brand as a collective is more important than us as individuals.
And yet, interestingly, in terms of that, building that image, building that credibility in terms of not just brand, but actually Australia. How does that fit into the great matrix?
It wasn't important. I called it a tertiary event. It's something you've got to put on the label. It's not a selling point. It could have been a novelty. And interestingly enough, we were able to tap into something which was happening in America and Australia, and that was, as micros came up here, a new audience was coming in looking for local. And so it really did well in Melbourne. And we actually identified as a Melbourne whisky to start with, because the Melbourne people just embraced it. They'd forgotten the history, but they just loved it. When we get to Sydney, of course, Sydney and Melbourne have rivalry. I live in Sydney, so the best view of Melbourne is the rearview mirror. So it's a great city. We also compete with New Zealand, but it all makes never win. So, as we're leaving the place of manufacture, which is Melbourne, it carries less meaning in the parochialism of the cities of Australia. We're still struggling in Sydney. We've got a lot of opportunities there in Brisbane. And then you think, okay, now we're going to overseas markets. Half the people go, Melbourne, is that in Florida? You know, they won't know where Melbourne is. And that's not our job to educate them about Australia. If Australia's there, we can ride that wave in California. That's why the original plan was to launch only in California. 2 or 3 times the size of the population of Australia. We're 25 million. We think, gee, it's going to take us a decade to get 5% awareness in California. So, and at least on the East Coast, we have a lot of similarities with our culture and beaches and sunshine. And there's a lot of Australians in Hollywood, so we're hoping that popular culture might be able to propel us, so we got involved in those sort of projects. And then we got dragged across America, New York, Texas, and we lost that focus.
Yeah.
But as Craig, I never saw Australia as important. It was just a place of manufacture that on occasion may have novelty value or promotional value.
So does that mean, in essence, that Star Wars is just an international brand that happens to come from Australia rather than a Australian brand?
Correct. It's, we like to call it transnational, it's not global. It will be in a certain number of countries. Yeah, we had to take an internationalist view rather than a parochial view. We're not denying our parochial origins, but we realise, from my point of view, I don't think it matters to the consumer. So why tell them stuff that's not going to interest them?
And in terms of India then, I mean, how aware are you of selling Indian whiskey as well as your own brand?
75% of my volume comes from India. And it's a big market, so of course, it's a big focus. But internationally, I think thanks to the rest of the single malt manufacturers in India, we've slowly managed to make a mark as India making good quality single malts. So that helps. Of course, Indian third world whiskies are being now looked at, and India is quite prominent in that. So it's helping both ways, domestic and international.
Are you also targeting expatriate communities? Is that part of the strategy?
Indians abroad, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite default it will happen, and there's a large percentage of Indians that are, techies all over the world. So, I mean, when they see an Indian product internationally, most people are very nostalgic about their country when they're outside the country. So, when you find most of the Indian festivals being celebrated, I have found them celebrated much better abroad than even in India itself. So the same applies to your products. It's an Indian product, but internationally, when they see it, and there is some kind of excitement for them to buy it also.
It's an interesting phenomenon that, there's more people wearing kilts in Sweden and Holland than there are in Scotland. Questions from the floor? Yeah, sure.
Hi guys, how's it going? I have a question about your export strategy and your partners that you're working with overseas. So you spoke about, Chris, how basically the big guys have their own distribution network, which effectively corrals a lot of the smaller brands into the same distributors. And do you have a strategy? Do you guys have a strategy in terms of keeping top of mind with those reps when they have such big portfolios, cutting through that noise?
Yeah, I think what he was specifying was more in Australia, but that's not the case in the rest of the world. In Australia, yes, almost all the big distributors are owned by big companies. But the big markets like France, USA has got the 3-tier system. The biggest problem is that you either go into a very large distributor where you get lost. In most cases, we are too small, we get lost, there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing is to look for somebody that's small, and even though his reach may not be that big, at least you'll get some visibility, or you will get some attention. I mean, I've changed 3 distributors in the US, and it's all been quite bad. You either in a situation where he's too big and you're too small, you get lost, or you go to a small distributor where you may not have the enough, the strength, the ability to deliver, and those kind of issues. So you have to make sure that you pick the right kind of a person. I definitely wouldn't recommend, especially single malt is a very small part of the volume that these distributors deal with. I would say hardly 2-3%. So they're not at all interested in your, whatever story you have. None of them know your story. You go to the market, you could have a distributor in a state, and for a year or so, it will not win by 1 case only. Those are the kind of people that you will be dealing with. So I think it's very important that you pick a reasonably small size distributor. And of course, in Europe, I think you've got, other than, in the smaller countries, you go to smaller distributors, and that's, I think you can get distributors that you can pick. But every place, the biggest challenge is picking the right distributor that will either represent you properly and give you the service that you want. And that's, I think, the biggest challenge that a small, or I would call, because we are all making single malts with a passion. So there's a lot of story, there's a history, and all those kind of things. But distributors are not really focusing on those things. We are looking at volume. They want people that, the brand that sell more. So it's a big challenge that a single malt producers that we have to actually fight and be very careful before you pick the distributor. That's my experience.
Do you incentivize some of your distributors as a remote evidence?
I mean, they have reasonably, literally 30%. They make more margin than we make after we've done all our expenses. So there's no more things in
You've summarized really well, said exactly the same thing.
And you took a slightly different path, saying that you went, all right, so we're going to do it.
Yes, I think this might be something that will be a challenge moving forward. Our UK team is being absorbed by the international beverage team, and of course they'll carry that passion with them in selling a portfolio. But yeah, mostly self-led up until now. I think in that self-led strategy, something that we have done is engaged in an international cocktail competition. We brought the winners of that cocktail competition from the United Kingdom up to New Zealand
we spent a week with them and we absolutely spoiled them, and in the end, I think 5 of them actually got Cadrona, a memento of Cadrona tattooed on their body. So they were doing us for life. So we kind of tackled it at a very individual level, and we really value having people on the ground. I think even with a big portfolio, having someone go over and touch base, I think we'll still continue to do that. That can be really important in holding that message. And I guess we've got lessons to learn as we come back from it.
Can I possibly spin that back to you, Chanel, as marketing director? And I mean, when you're looking at export markets, you know, for elusive brands, what are you looking for in terms of an importer?
Well,
Or does Ollie want that?
Well, if I asked Ollie, I know what he'd say. It's people we could drink with. Yeah, hey Christine, what's up? It seems to work out for us so far. But yeah, I think we do have to find people who are aligned with our vision and understand what we're about and want to grow with us, because despite us having a very big distillery that we're building, we're still growing. And that they see that passion. It's just, we are also very conscious, we don't own our distribution network, so just trying to figure out how to remain top of mind. You know, reps have small bags that they go out with every day. Are we in that bag? Are we getting liquor to lips every day? And making it enticing for them and making it exciting for them to continuously talk about our brands. That's the part that I can't be there every day, you know. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it's sorry for somebody throwing that to you, but I was just suddenly thinking, and I think you comment just at the end there, to some extent you've lost control in some ways. I mean, is that profoundly scary, or do you just have to accept the fact that it's your brand that somebody else is handling it?
I mean, the fine, absolutely, and that was the point. Once it leaves Maker's world, it's a different world. And the more it goes through the channels of the consumer, the more you lose it. And there's a wonderful irony at the end of it. And it only happens with the big brands. And that is the consumer owns it. It becomes so important in their life that if you do something wrong, they will reject you. And I think about this in the past. Last year, Budweiser gave an influencer some support for, which was a great cause. Within 3 or 4 months, 36% of America's biggest beer brand had lost its sales because the consumers rejected what they thought Budweiser was standing for. They were working class people, and they didn't like the idea of trans people, and so that was it. They just walked away from the brand. So there is a point where you lose control of your brand from the consumer. It's rare, but you've lost complete control there. You've got to handle it very deftly. You've got to watch what you say, keep monitoring the audience to make sure you've got to keep growing it, but not pushing it too far. You know
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Yeah. Sean, I think, and then I'll come back. And then Matt.
Hi, Charlie from Oxford Whisky. Is there a moment where an export market isn't working, or an indicator when what's the point where you say something's got to give, you've got to change? Because like last year, I think was difficult for a lot of people. So you might have an export distributor saying this happened, giving you very credible answers for why you're not getting what you might have wanted. So what's the moment, or what's the indicator where it's like, okay, we need to move on, or we need to recut this? Or is there a few things that indicate it?
You're going to have this, this thought process all through the, your marketing life, because it's a big challenge and very expensive also, especially the big countries where we think that there is volumes. You'll end up putting brand ambassador. He'll go up $100,000 in a year, and you'll now see any sales coming in after that. So it has to be very careful. You have your target of what you think you should be selling there, monitor it for about a year or two, because everything takes time, and then after that, if you still don't find, but once you get to the market, you'll get a fairly good idea of what's going on, whether he's taking you for a ride, whether the distributor is taking you for a ride. So it's definitely, personally, you have to go into the market once in a day. I mean, I know you can't be traveling across the world, because if you see most of the people that have established brands, after about 5 years, they are tired of traveling, because you're traveling almost 200 days in a year, meeting more people. So I mean, there'll be a cutoff point at some point in time, but in the initial stages, you have to do a lot of traveling, find out what's going on, and a few trips into that country, you will get a fairly good idea, and you take a call. But once you've decided that this is not working, take the call fast, because you will lose another 6 months to a year before you reorganize yourself, get this stuff into the new guy's hands. A cool 1 year is enough. So every mistake that you make, it's about a year minimum.
I think there are a few markets. I can't, in fact, we go through this question at Starwood, and we're in about a dozen markets. And post-COVID, it made us look a little bit harder. Obviously, the easy one to say is your case sales. Now, if you've set your case sales at a good target, an ambitious target with good targets achievable, and you're not meeting them, you've got to ask, why aren't we doing it? And there's a number of places you're looking, is it the price point? Is it the trade? Is it the product? So you know what the barriers are, you know where the resistance is, but you've also got to have the view, this is a long haul game. It just takes time before they discover you. I mean, people are very reticent changing brands with whiskey because it's a big financial commitment. For a lot of people, if it's $60, $70, that's a lot of money. They're not out. So those things you start to really get a sense for in each marketplace, because you're very sensitized towards it. And your other kind of cut point is, what is the cost of entry in that market? How long do I have to invest to make that return? So, in the FMCG category, it's 3 years. In whiskey, it's probably, you'll go 6, and if you're not hitting it, you've got to say, am I just wasting money? I should move on to another market that represents greater opportunities for me. But they're the calls you've got to make along the way.
It's very well covered. I think it's so expensive to enter that market that the work needs to be front loaded. You need to be really sure that that's where you want to be. And we've not been in a position where we've pulled out. I think the United Kingdom's been really hard, and I think that's more to do with just timing. And I think if you can plan to ride it out, that it is cyclical in its nature. And whiskey, it's a unique business strategy, right? We're always thinking very far ahead. So I think we just need to be kind of ready for it to come back around. And hopefully we can make that call, but I think we have to be ready to it.
I'll just add a point at the end of it. So we've been in Australia marketed for 10 years now, and I think we have about 10% penetration of off-premise, so it's quite small. So there's a lot of runway we can go into if our price appeals to country people. So, demographics will drive that choice. When it gets to craft and in the entree, I think we're only in about 1,500 of 25,000, 30,000 outlets in Australia. So there's again another long runway. But there's a certain point where you hit the curve and the growth comes at a very high cost. So for a lot of brands, you've got a long runway before you build the penetration, let alone the awareness. We don't do awareness studies because that would be a waste of money, but I'd be surprised in the whiskey drinking community if only 3 or 4% of people have ever heard of Starwood. So there's it takes a long time to get into the consciousness and the habits of the consumer, and that's where a lot of people back up very quickly, is that they don't realise it's a long haul game.
Just pick up on the point that you were making there, Chris. I think it's a strategy that's, you see some Scotch whiskies, single malt, some of the smaller players, they're not fishing where the market's already dominated by the big boys. They're actually saying, well, if France is covered, we'll go to Latvia, for example. I mean, is that a sensible strategy, do you think, for a smaller brand to actually, you don't fish where the big fish are?
I've already been you fish where the fish are, but sometimes it's a crowded, or it's such a mature market, it's in decline. So you go, I'm not going to do well here, no matter what money I throw at it. The problem is going into developing markets, and there's still developing markets outside the traditional whiskey markets. So the Anglo markets, the traditional ones, are mature. The other markets are still maturing or developing. The trouble when you're a small brand is you're invisible. You need the big guys to come in and drive the shelf space, drive the promotions, drive the bar traffic. So all of a sudden you can join them on the back bar and be a different choice. You'll be able to get on the shelf if you've got a good proposition. So you need the big guys to open the doors, and you come riding behind them. That's the risk of going, which is why we took a deliberate strategy of keeping out a certain markets that look promising, because we couldn't do the investment to create the awareness and create the category, let alone in for whiskey, let alone Australian whiskey.
I mean, for procurement, for example, I mean, you go to English-speaking country, but would you, thinking back, would you go to a different market, a smaller market, to actually build that reputation?
I think it was important for us to sort of make an impact when we did Orion. So the market choice we would do again, and we are now looking at countries that don't speak English, so we're broadening our horizons there. But I think the US was Des from the start, so that was important to her. The UK felt like it's a very natural export market to be in, and I don't think we'd do it differently. I think those we knew we couldn't be everywhere, so we need to be very selective, and those are the places that we wanted to compete in that aligned with what we were doing.
You follow the opportunities.
I think your boss is a genius in marketing, so I don't think you have a problem with that because his basis in marketing.
The question was, would you go into a smaller market, that wasn't dominated by, big existing brands and people like that? Preconceived idea of what whiskey is.
No, I would still stick to going into the big markets because they are more mature. Of course, it's but then single malt, being single malt, people that like single malt like to try different single malts. So I think there's a lot of scope, but then it's very, very expensive to get into the marketing team. You can burn your fingers pretty fast before you realize what's happening. Hundreds of dollars can go. So I think you have to be careful, but I would still go into the bigger markets because the volumes are there.
Okay, there were some other questions. Yes, we were on the back. Behind you in front. That's all right, that's what I'm here for.
I'm Chris, Chanel and Ollie's import partner and drinking buddy. My question for you guys is, in my market, in the last 12 months, there's been 6,980 new whiskey labels approved by the TTB.
I'll take it here.
What marketing efforts have been most effective in driving retail bottle sales for you, right? It since like in the last 12 months.
In my case, I would say the liquid on the lip program. Basically, you have to have the bag out, get people that drink single malt, get them to taste your stuff. If you have the belief in the quality of the product that you're making, that's the only thing that can change because, as I said, it's a very small niche market. The people that want to taste single malt know their stuff. That's the easy part. So basically, I do footwork is the only thing that will that prove because I remember there have been tasting sessions where you have 30-40 people in the room, and then by the end of the day, you've sold more than 30-40 bottles, which I think is a great thing. And I think across the world, that is one thing that I've seen that really helped, especially in the case of single malts. And if you're talking of blended stuff, then it's a different ball game altogether. But in the case of single malts, I think people that drink and like single malts, they like to try new stuff, and if you've got good stuff, I think you've got the winner.
The good thing is we straddle two markets. The whiskey market and the malt market with our blended one. It's a good question because when we came out of COVID, we were sort of a bit wounded in America because we just arrived and we couldn't open doors. What we then decided 2 years ago was quite a strange pivot. We went from, I think we were in 12 states, and we decided we're too thin. We're just not getting our resources out. We now need to focus not on just California, which is the original plan, so that went out the door. We decided to focus on 3 states. And I chose because one, California is the key one. We did incredibly well in Illinois. The retailers picked us up like pennies. We had our brand ambassador lived in Chicago. Our brand manager was based in Chicago. So that was probably local factors in Illinois and Texas for some reason. So we looked back and, my goodness, Texas, Illinois, and California are our biggest markets. What we then thought, well, that's where the consumers like it. Our focus then went completely to the quality of the location and the velocity by store. So we were virtually relaunching ourselves with a smarter strategy about not going too broad, not going too much of a land grab, picking the right venues, the right stores, and then being measured as part of our business performance on the velocity of sales in those stores. And, my God, today we're talking about California, I think, doubled, Illinois is up 85%. So in other words, we've now found our feet. So that strategy is now paying off. It took 12 months before it hit the ground and landed, but now 12 months later we're seeing the results. So we're starting a relaunch of Starwood in America with a much more clever strategy. And that's the input of the local people as well. We got a new team in, we revisited everything, so we looked for hotspots, and the hotspots are paying off.
I think that the tasting model is incredibly important, but you can't always be there. So I think you've got to consider the other elements. In launching in the States, we've completely redesigned the packaging of our vodka. And the packaging that we had, it was a wooden box, it was enclosed, and shelf space is so important. It's so special and worked so hard to get. And that we've kind of completely changed our packaging in a way that is a lot more open, a lot more visual, and celebrates the beauty of the bottle. We worked so hard to create something that is spectacular to look at, and we need the customers to see it, because it's overwhelming, the selection. And so if you can't do the tastings, I think the elements of your product that you can control, and you have to really take it to the market.
I just thought of something, a good point. Looks like liquid on lips is the drug. In a lot of states you can't do that, so yeah, there's it's a limitation. So we then work on activations and programs like that. We're much more targeted, so the value we're getting out of each promotion event. I mean, just before COVID started, we got sponsorship for the Michelin Guide in America for 12 months, and we thought that was sharp. That put us in all the best restaurants around the country. David did a fantastic job working with the chopstick model, doing the matching and pairings with the fine chefs. It created a lot of noise, but actually, for all that investment, we never got much of a return. So we've gone back to the grassroots and started working face-to-face with the activations and the events.
And it was just when you said targeting there, Sarah, I was just thinking, again, thinking about what's happened with Scotch whisky, for example, and targeting and coming back to a cultural point of view, because the drinking culture and the palates around the world are different. So, for example, if a Scotch single malt is looking at the Taiwan market, for example, they want something that's rich and sweet. So, whiskies will be created to suit that particular market. I mean, is that something? I mean, this is down the line for you, but would specific markets targeted whiskies be an option for you as we move down the line?
Yeah, I don't know. I think because we'll be part of the portfolio, I'd like to think that we'll be celebrating who we are forever, and then the options in that portfolio create those options in itself. But I mean, that sounds more playful for me, because I'll get to play around the story, but choose some cool cards. So I wouldn't be unhappy with that at all.
If you look at the Scotch industry, there's quite a lot of variety out there between a cask, peated and unpeated. I did some analysis about 10 years ago, and the peated market in Australia is 10% of the malt market. So, but they're a very noisy vocal group of people. When they love peat, they shout about it, but they're a very small minority. Then you end up with other people just rejected in various levels. They find it offensive or undrinkable. So I think the Scotch industry has been able to provide through its 100 distilleries and not so much regions, such variety of flavour and choice, that there's lots of spots they can be covered. As you're emerging industry, yeah, you don't have that. Yes, established, that takes decades.
But long term, would that be something?
For us?
Yeah.
We do a lot of experimental line extensions every year. I mean, people may have heard of the ginger cask was something we did about 10 years ago and really loved. Because of our relationship with Diageo, we're the first to actually launch last year a Lagavulin and peated. Now, we don't do peat, but we put it into peated wood. But there is a special releases that don't go widely. But if they really find feet amongst our community, which might be through direct selling and at the distillery door, then we start to think, okay, is there merit in laying down more volume in the future? So they become part of our test market, our alpha test areas. But really, at the moment, as I say, our focus is 100% Nova. We're focused on that malt whiskey at a price point. In Australia, because the tax is under $99. to make it appealing to get the volume. And we've got the blended whiskey coming around $75, $80, which then gives us the volume. The rest of it, we're experimenting, we're always changing, but we, like most experimentation, they drop off the ladder after they're made.
In our case, fortunately, we have about 12 variants. We have the lighter ones, then 40%, 46%, slightly peated, non-peated, then we have the fruitier versions of the PX and all of those. So we have something for everybody's palate, depending on the country of what type of palate they like. Probably we can, we decide on what are the brands to put. So that's the easy part.
So, but would you say in general that would be something worth considering for a new distillery to actually have range?
Yeah, definitely. I think that is something that they should be looking at, but it's a challenge. It requires a lot of money, a lot of investments. So, if you can afford it, definitely that should be something that you should be looking
And make your head distiller really happy.
Yeah.
Matt, you had a question?
Yeah.
Excellent. Because I knew that Ingvar was right. Anybody?
I just wondered how much consideration everyone gives to your carbon footprint when you're exporting quite a long way, and especially obviously if you're on the other side of the world. And if that comes into the conversation early doors with ways of packaging and secondary packaging and how it's transported.
I'm being very honest, nothing is considered. Yeah, of course, we try and see how we can reduce a little bit, but I think our challenge now is to see how we establish ourselves, get our distribution right, make the right amount of profits. So I think these things are the least of our concerns right now.
Very big. We employed in 2015 a specialist to look at that. At the same time, we were doing what's the Japanese thing? The improvement process.
Oh, look, I said.
Kaizen, we got a Kaizen guy to do the incremental stuff. We also got to do a policy on sustainability. So every component that we look at, we are trying to make cost savings and reduce our environmental footprint. But that's it. That's on the distillery footprint. The moment we leave that footprint, we blow it out of the water. The fact that I flew here would be probably 3 months of carbon footprint for the distillery. So our travel of, let alone the package, our business travel, our commercial travel is just enormous. The cost of carbon. In fact, I wrote a paper about this. It's the hidden side of the industry doesn't talk about it. But, like 10 to 20%, 10% of the distillery site made in manufacturing, but 90+ is in the marketing and traveling costs. But that's why the new bottler came out at the end of last year, was part of that process of reducing the cost of the bottle, size and weight of the bottle for the distribution and transport costs. And so we're looking at those, it was a cost efficiency thing, but also a carbon footprint was also part of the motive. So we look at everything in that way that we can afford to do. I'll leave it there.
No, having said what I said earlier, the Indian government has rules, especially for the paper that we use. We have to show a certificate of 100% recycle. So technically, we don't recycle it ourselves, but we have third parties who will do the job for us, and then we either pay them an amount and they issue a certificate to us. So there is something in place which is a pollution control requirement by the Indian government that forces us to do something, and we are complying with those things.
If I give a plug, if anyone wants to learn about how the industry works with sustainability and all that, if you go online and ask how green is my blend, you should get a one-page study report on how the big picture works, not the selective stories that are being created. But it's a concern. Cost of business.
I think it's something that was once optional is now essential. I think our consumer needs to know that you are taking green initiatives, and I think the carbon footprint is it's a model that I struggle with a little bit, and it looks at a small part of the parcel a lot of the time and not the bigger picture. When we started, we were importing a malt because we could not get a distiller's malt that we're after in New Zealand, and we made that switch. And the switch really did come down to the marketing more so than the practicalities, or the carbon footprint was very similar in terms of the amount of trucks going up and down New Zealand versus putting it on the water. So I think carbon footprint gives you a piece of the puzzle. You need to look bigger than that. I think there are so many opportunities in distillation for, to talk about sustainability and heat recovery and capturing CO2 and cleaning it up and selling it, and how you dispose of your draft, your pot ale. I think is actually a really, I love sharing that part of distillation, because I think people are quite surprised as to how green you can make a whiskey. I think that's something we're just scraping the surface and needs to be explored a lot more.
Okay, yeah, who's right at the very back? Yeah.
Who should have picked? Brandon or Aldous?
No, they're sitting up in the naughty seats at the back.
Hi, I'm Mikey from Day3 in Vietnam, Vietnam's first whiskey distillery. The question I have is sort of for all three of you that, Chris, you talked about it, that whiskey distilleries are generally based on a name or a place, a person or a place. And then we see all these beautiful pictures of Japanese mountains or Scottish snowfall, and then talks about beautiful water, or of a person and the heritage of the history, like with Suntory and with Nika, they're trading on the 100 years of experience. But how do you develop a brand and a brand for export that doesn't necessarily touch on either of those pieces? I think Star Wars has that, and I think Paul John has that. And then maybe as the counterpoint that you're dealing with that in New Zealand as the place. So how do you rationalize all those things to have a brand for export that maybe doesn't tie to the place or the people?
We struggled with that to start with. When we first launched in America and the UK, it became a Maker's World claim. And we were trading off Australia's wine history, particularly in those two markets, because if you're not aware, we do a lot of exporting of wine, particularly to those countries. So we had a reputation we could associate. And our wine cask became whiskey matured in wine casks, or Australian wine casks, or Barossa, if they knew about the Barossa. So we did have something that was very provincial. It gave it provenance, it gave it a point of difference, but it was a Maker's World thing. It was, to me, we weren't creating the hope story, we were telling the cosmetic story. But that was the way we began. We sort of struggled to find something that could grab people's attention without being too abstract. I think with time it'll come, and they probably come from often those ways of understanding the brand come from the consumer. They give the kind of the insight to say, that's how you see it. That's a great way of looking at it, and that captures your imagination. So we don't have the magic formula. For example, at Jack Daniel's, there was never a slogan until the 90s, and there was a bit of a slogan for one of their campaigns, but they avoided slogans because that was not the language they used. So but they had lots of little nugget stories, like every drop from a dry county. So theirs was little stories that people could do in a line that would be quite memorable and gave a point of difference. Again, they were often Maker's World stories, but they were novel stories that were unique to Jack. So until you can find those little nuggets, those little stories, they are the ones that get passed on in conversations that people and imprint on the consumer's mind. So like going to a distillery visit, that is a memorable experience that is emotionally and sensory print that will go on maybe most of their lifetime, which bonds them to the brand in a way that you can't do in a store or a bar, unless that relationship with the bar forms a new relationship, and that becomes part of that memory, that imprint. So you're always looking for ways to create that imprint, that little bit of the neuron network that's yours in their mind. They can always jump to and say, it's a friendly, warm reminder of what this brand stands for in their life. I think the general word is use experience, but that's what you're looking for.
I would agree with Chris. I would highly recommend that you pick something, either name or location, because end of the day, especially single malts, it's the story that you need to sell. Basically, people are interested in how it came about, what's the climatic conditions, what barley do you use, where is it from, or something. Because of the 15 years or so that I've been traveling, meeting people, trying to promote my product, most of the discussions is based on what the story. And then of course you go on to the ingredients and the liquid and then the flavor and the taste, and like you mentioned earlier, these are things that will stay in the minds of the consumer and they will be able to remember it if you have a story with it. So I would highly recommend that you pick something, either the name of the place, person, whatever it is, but it has to have a story.
It's about consistency. An old saying, repeat, repeat, and you'll be sweet, sweet, sweet.
I don't think you can separate whiskey from people in a place. I think that's a huge part of what whiskey is and what we do. If you don't have people in a place and you're creating something maybe in a lab or in a manufacturing facility that doesn't have that provenance, then your tools are really, you're restricted to digital marketing and creating a brand and appealing to people's imaginations and what's popular at the time. And that's, to me, that's really whiskey. Whiskey's a long vision in that.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with that. I think it's absolutely vital. And it's interesting talking to distillers all around the world and looking at it from a longer perspective, how important place is becoming, as absolute frontline information in terms of, what the consumer is wanting. Provenance is absolutely key.
I'm going to say that's probably for the premium products, but when you think of the mass products in Scotland, the market leaders in Scotch, they don't have a distillery, they source, they're being created from source material. Johnny Walker, dealers, they're about people in place, so come to the kind of piece of the marketing philosophy.
The one question kind of just sprang to mind, it's a great question. The story is all important, it's vital provenance, it's all important, but it comes back to that point of you losing control to a certain extent, giving over control to somebody else. And I from personal experience, I've sat in on tastings by wonderful, enthusiastic, brand ambassadors, and going, that story's wrong. because they've got their own idea and they've got their own script, and suddenly it's drifted. It's still entertaining, but the drift has happened because it's become their story rather than your story. So I suppose the question is, how do you control the story and make sure that is actually what's being told out there? Sarah?
I think that just comes back to day one and inducting the people that you've charged with selling your product. I think they need to believe it from you, they need to hear it from you, and then you just got to trust them that they'll take what you give them from it and tell the story correctly. And if they don't believe they're still selling it.
There's a part where that can work as long as they're being truthful, they can own part of that story, which I kind of like. The way we do it, we're not highly sophisticated because we're still a startup after 10 years, is we create a lot of documentation, a lot of support. So anyone that's going to be involved in our story around the world, they'll come in for an induction, they'll learn about the process, the brand, everything. There will be booklets that they can reference, and if there's any questions they need to answer, any of us, particularly production guys, will be able to answer. So that's the best you can do, is to educate, train, and inform. After that, once they're in the field, you're not overwhelmed with them. You just hope that they're telling the truth. If they're not, they'll come back in a hurry. We've never had that problem.
He's answered it, putting SOPs in place and making sure that you tell the story to the people that are going to carry it outside. And the people that you have is very, very important for that.
Another question, there was one. Yes. Oh, it's Brendan.
Did I skip it?
You did a wee bit, but we're used to that.
I changed it so it's not actually a question, it's an observation or discussion, because I can't think how to put it into a question. But I'm trying to be succinct, which is impossible. I've heard a couple of words over the last few days, and the way they've been said is that this is a good thing, or this is a positive, therefore the negative The other way would be negative. One of them is crystal clear wort, another one is long fermentation, and another one is slow distillation. And then another one is, and that's the last one, is the majority or almost all of the flavour comes from the cask. And I think you have to be careful. Because what crystal clear wort, long fermentation and slow distillation makes incredible light whiskey in Scotland. But we don't just make light, fruity whiskies. And actually, we vary our maturation programs accordingly. So if you make light, fruity, and maybe Glenmorangie, we would not, I used to work there, we will not, would not, and I don't think ever in the future will mature for the entire life in a sherry cask. Because at that point, it's gone, it's just sherry. And great whiskies, in my opinion, my boss's opinion, and a lot of whiskey makers, is the greatest whiskies is all comes back to balance. And there's a balance between the distillery character and the wood character. So I guess, is there a concern that the new world whiskies, or whatever the right category is, are making a very light whiskey that's being matured in a very rapid way, and as a result of that, you're going to lose your distillery character, which is your sense of place, which is a huge part of an authentic story of telling what you do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're kind of saying, is that you kind of everything becoming slightly homogenous because a similar approach is being taken around the world?
Yeah, Macallan is fully matured in sherry, and it's because they have, it's not worse, they have a short fermentation and a quick distillation. But that's fantastic because it's designed for that full maturation in sherry. So yeah, I guess I'm thinking of it. If all the new world whiskies, which are fantastic, and I drink an awful lot of Star Wars actually, but if it was to go to 90% cask only, you would lose me, and that's just one person. I wonder if that would be.
Might lose me too.
Yeah.
I think the process of the entire manufacturing process that you mentioned is perfectly right. I think you've got it spot on. But I think I will differ as far as the rest of the part of what you said is because I think for many years the Scottish people hammered it down into everybody's mind that age determines quality and they're the only ones that can make single malts. I think we proved it all wrong. Age does not determine quality. We can produce better quality stuff at a younger age. The definition of single malt has not been defined by what we've been taught by whatever is happening from Scotland. I think we need to change that narrative. We are all over here to make sure that we change that narrative. I mean, as long as you like what you're drinking and we are following the principles of making single malt, I think that's what would matter. So I think the rest of it all is for us to explain the whole process that we are doing and probably whatever balance people like, I think that's what we should be enjoying.
I'm going to give a cheeky answer to this one. We make a malt whiskey to the first standard malt whiskey in the world. The 1906 Spirit Act, so it was the first definition of how to make malt whiskey. That's a cheeky answer. I think every country is going to have all these different nuances. Somebody asked me a while ago, where's the best country for maturation? I said, there's no best country. There's multiple, we're in tropical Queensland, we've got distilleries, we've got the cool climate down in Tasmania, you've got the hot guys over in Perth where it's, every day it's 43 degrees. We've got a variation in Melbourne. Sydney's got fantastic. Parts of Sydney you can get very dry weather. On the coast it's a bit more humid, but you're still getting more water coming out than alcohol, so it's kind of all it. And every country has these variations, every region. And that is the opportunity to create, if you want to create your provenance, it's really about creating a really nice whiskey at the right price to make. That's unless you're hunting for the best whiskey in the world, that's a different game. I think that there is the standard by which consumers measure that at the moment would be Scotch and bourbon in the world of whiskey and Irish. And that's because after 200 years, they have learned how to understand their climate and their mechanical and biological processes to give them the best yield at the best price. All the New World countries are learning that. I mean, we're learning it day by day. And it'll probably take us at least decades to come through. In fact, the reason that malt law was created in 1906 is it took 40 years of making malt whiskey in Victoria that they said we would not sell anything under 5 years. But they agreed to 2 years for brandy, rum, and whiskey as the first standard of age once you met all the other specifications. The part was to block the Brits dropping there. Then you make material on the ship out to the country and really being disruptive to the industry. So I take a much more relaxed view about that.
I think it's a great point. I think we're driven by creating a new make that we enjoy as a new make. And a lot of those techniques do create a new make that is drinkable, is fruit forward. I think we're creating something that New Zealanders like to drink. I think because of the extremes of our maturation environments, we're just keeping a closer eye on the cask perhaps than maybe you would if you were thinking longer term. And I would hope that closer eye on the cask would encourage us to not reconsider how we're creating our new make, but to really look at how we move the spirit around barrels. I mean, the sherry is taking off in our warehouse for sure, and the Pinot Noir casks, which I think will become a signature profile for Padron over time. The oak structure, that French structure is very tight. We're getting a lot of orchard stone fruit really, really early, and that could absolutely go. So I think it will be very important for newer whiskies like Padron that have a long-term vision to keep a close eye on that spirit and adapt if we find that they are becoming very cask heavy, because that's not what we want to do.
No, I do think it's a great point that although I mightly disagree with you, Brendan, we can take it outside later if you want, but I think there's actually greater homogeneity in Scotch and bourbon than there is in the other whiskies which are being named to emerge around the world. I think there's greater diversity out with those old established.
Yeah, but you're disagreeing with something that I didn't say to you. I also am witnessing a lot of homogeneity in Scotch, but the ones that are standing out are the ones that are keeping this balance.
Yeah.
So you're
Just to add, almost all the Scotch whisky manufacturers have started setting up shop in India. They're putting up manufacturing plants of single malts in India. All of them, with no exception.
Yeah.
I think 4 of them have, some of them have already put it up, and some of them are working on putting it up.
Yeah, I was there last week and it was fantastic. Everything I tasted was fantastic in India. So just a very quick thing, because I'll give it away, but you talked about the Budweiser backlash. If you launch the ginger cask in Scotland, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Why?
People with a certain tint in their hair won't be happy, and there's about 90% of them in Scotland.
But if you do that in brew, ginger nuts.
I think we have time for one last question. I think Andy.
That's not the mic. Can I have the mic now?
Oh, for God's sake. All right, two questions.
Hi. All three of you are in unique positions in either that you have investment or ownership from a larger brand. How has that, or how do you expect it to impact the way you export or the way you approach markets?
It has both the plus and the minus. Of course, the ability to tap into the distribution network, which is the biggest challenge as far as my experience was concerned, has helped. But once you get into a large organization, decision making is very slow. So you have to deal with those kind of things. But yeah, there is both positive and minus. And I think almost everybody that is here have either gone through this process of running out of money or finding money out. So it's a process that, especially this industry being so capital intensive, and a lot more money required than anybody can anticipate. Down the road, we suddenly realize that okay, this is not working. We need some money, and then that's what we'll end up with. Getting some investment in, or in some cases even sold out.
We are partly owned by Day3 through Still Finishes, and I've got to say it's one of the best partnerships I've ever seen. Now, we don't lean on them But when we do lean on them, we might do, for example, an upgrade and increase our capacity. So we'll get their R&D guys over in Israel to work with us to make sure we can keep the new make style as we move from distill to a freely still. So their R&D issues have been fantastic. We had a sulfur problem in some of the casks. So we worked with them on how to remove the sulfur naturally. We didn't have the R&D or the knowledge. So they were always willing to help, very supportive. What they've done, which I think is also a credit, is we don't use their distribution anyway. A lot of them, of the Diageo countries, say we'd love to have Starwood, but we're not allowed to. We've got to prove ourselves in the marketplace to them. So they'll give us financial support, they'll give us intellectual support, they'll give us moral support, they'll give us intelligence of certain quality that we need, but we've got to make our own spirit and sell our own whiskey. So, because they're buying a brand one day in the future maybe, that we've built for them with their support, they can stand on its own 2 feet. And they're not providing the runway and underwriting the cost of our sales. So yeah, that's for us. That the Diageo relationship is very, very, very solid.
And it's still very early days, but for right now, I see it as a huge positive. I think the legwork and discovering the market you want to enter and understanding and doing your market research is huge. So to have that taken care of is a big risk removed. And now we can just focus on entering that market well and establishing a presence well and then looking after it, which is just a lot more fun than trying to get in.
On the matter of distributors, it does have one complication, because often if you go into a new market, which we have a lot of markets asking us, can we make a 5 or 6 year commitment when the brand may be taken over? So the cost of divorce would be a penalty that Diageo may face in the future. So it does bring good complications about how we form relationships now that we have a bigger relationship with Diageo. Assuming they acquire us, they may not. They go our own way.
Well, even if my experience was bad, I wouldn't tell you so because I've already made the mistake.
Maybe it's a very quick question. We can do it. No, sorry, Lloyd. You had the mic and you just missed it. I'll ask it again anyway. Go on.
Hi, Tomo from Kanasuke Distillery, Japan. My question is about the brand book. You mentioned about in order to make the global brand or transnational brands, consistency or telling the story is important. And do you make a brand book? And how do you cascade that brand? How do you cascade the brand?
Cascade.
Yeah, when you want to tell the story to the overseas distributor or partners.
We do have a brand. I've looked at it in a couple of years. Probably now we've got new packaging, we'll probably have to update it. So it just covers the big picture stuff, from manufacturing the brand, architecture. So there's nothing new there. And it just becomes one of the tools they can take away with. To me, it's in the education and the conversations you're having. And if our team's working with these people all the time, the conversations are not happening daily, they're happening weekly. So we're small enough that those conversations can happen. In big corporations, it becomes more stratified and often it doesn't filter down. But we're small and nimble enough. I think we've got 60 odd employees around the world, 55 in Australia and America, people pointing to different regions. So it's keeping the conversations going about what we're doing, thoughts, and they're involved in that process. I think they're organically growing with us, and they're feeding information to us. It's a constantly growing process that we should stop every now and then and record. We're so busy running on other things. You just remind me, probably you guys need to look at the brand. We're getting a new marketing director, so it'll be his first job.
Yeah, as the company grows, we have something called brand manual. It covers all the different subjects from the manufacturing process to the color combination to the label combination to your story and everything. So it's very, very important as you grow to maintain the brand manual and to be updated on a regular basis because, like you mentioned, it's going to keep evolving. There are going to be changes being made. But there has to be some kind of a foundation or a path in which everybody works, and it has to be all aligned. And for that, you definitely need a brand book. So I think that is a must. Probably when you are small, it's not so important. When you have less number of people, it's not so important. But as the organization grows, as the number of variants grow, you definitely need to have a brand manager.
I really don't have a lot to add. I would agree with that completely. We've got one, it's an incredible tool, but it's just the first tool you have, and there's so much more beyond that in explaining it and using it. And it is something that is very revolving, it needs to be updated. But it's nice to have something in hand, I think, with someone and take it away and look at in their own time. But yes, as I mentioned, it's just one tool.
It's a shared way of, I have to look at another way. It's a shared way of making decisions and as a culture getting on. So we like to do a lot with the community. So as part of our sustainability, is to do work with the community. I was talking about the other day. A lot of Distillery is just want to be part of that, helping whether it's arts, whether it's whatever the events are. You want to be part of that provenance in place. So I was going to get to the point of sidetrack then. We'll come back. It'll come.
Just a small tip, when you're making, for example, just give you one example, label. Just take the original copy and keep it in the file, because if you're producing labels over a period of time, one printer will make it, and that sample goes to the next printer. And after 4 years, you'll suddenly realize the color that you started off with on day one is completely different after 4 years. So I think there are some principles that you will also have to maintain with the brand name to make sure that the original copy is maintained and that remains the same, and that you don't keep changing the labels as the printer changes.
It's quite a choose this one, but I think it demonstrates how, as a company, because we're about inclusion, we have all kinds of policies about welcoming all kinds of people. So we've got female distillers, all the great. It's almost an atheist environment where there's no discrimination as we try and do it. So what came up a few years ago, Australia had a national referendum about marriage, whether men and women could marry amongst themselves. So they're very contentious. And out of the company, the staff, basically all believe in this. And it sort of fit our ethos. We'd never written it down, but it was about inclusion, about respecting people. So I found it quite surprising, because I came from a political background, that as a company, it was decided that we would advocate on behalf of the referendum, that we thought it was a good decision. And that came from the organic nature of everyone just sharing the same vision, because they lived that environment. It happened naturally rather than through the manual or going to lectures. It grew in the company. And to me, that was almost like a sign of maturity of the company's culture, that we could make decisions on very big issues that didn't affect the story. Mine was the Budweiser one. And if it did, we'll stand by it. We'll say, no, we believe this is right for Australia and right for these people.
Fantastic, and that's a great positive way to finish the morning session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lunch is served downstairs in the wee man, I believe. Thanks for coming up a wee bit early. The reason for that is that the bus for the result station is at 4:30. And we've got a few things to get through, so that we can kick off the session a bit early so we can plan on again. And I'm not going to do a huge introduction. This is essentially blue sky thinking. What can whiskey be? We're not necessarily talking innovation, we're talking about big picture. Where is whiskey going? What are the possibilities for it in terms of flavour? And in an unprecedented moment, we have Shippy speaking for the second time. So over to you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jake. And thank you for inviting me to this song, because it's a very good opportunity for me to think about potential whiskey for the future. Actually, I don't want to miss my train, that's why I try to myself, right? So, what can Whisky be? So, my presentation today, firstly, I would like to share the history of whiskey, but it's not Japanese history. It's history of whiskey itself. Then I will share my idea, what can whiskey be in the future. But my key to my hypothesis and quality. That's why I would like to show you what Suntory has done to improve quality in the past. So this slide shows that the propagation of the 5 major whiskeys. So it is said whiskey started in Ireland. Then the technique of whiskey making moved to the west side of Scotland. So then in the late of 70s or 18th century, immigrants from Britain to America, and they started whiskey production, and actually started with Virginia, American police for the whiskey making, it is said. So, as this shows, maybe Celtic people, like Irish or Scottish people, spread the whiskey making to the world. But in the case of Japan, it's different. As you know, intentionally, Mr. Masataka Taketsuru went to Scotland to learn how to make whiskey. Then he took knowledge of whiskey making back to Japan. Then whiskey making started in Japan. This is the 5 major whiskeys global expansion of whiskey making. So I used 5 major whiskeys. Probably there are some people who have objections. Why? Japanese whiskey includes a big 5 major whiskeys. So I tell you that my hypothesis about that. So the first sign Japanese whiskey was doing well was being awarded in the best of the best by Whisky Magazine in 2001. So Suntory took 2nd place in the world to Nika, which 10 years old, by the difference of only 0.04. Sorry. And the Japanese distillers came away with the top 2 spots in this contest. So actually after that, Yamaguchi won gold medal as a Distillery in 2003. So since then, not only Suntory and other Japanese whiskies by Nika and Kirin and Venture have also received so many medals at the authentic competition, as you know. So I think it was around this time, after 2001, Japanese whiskey became recognized around the world. So nowadays, Japanese whiskey are very popular and highly demanded through the world. So this is a Malt Advocate issued in fall 2014. The editor-in-chief at that time, John Hansel, mentioned like this. So the big 5 whiskeys distilling countries bracket: United States, Canada, Scotland, Ireland, and Japan. And I have other examples. This one, and in 2009, so Charles McPhee, he published the World Whisky. He mentioned key nations: Scotland, Ireland, USA, Canada, Japan, and also Day3. 2010, World Atlas of Whisky: Scotland, Ireland, Japan, the USA, Canada, rest of the world. Like this.
There's a new edition coming out in September.
However, before 2001, for example, again, Dave, thank you. Hard Rock Whisky published 2000. in the content. Single malt Scotch, blended Scotch, Irish, American, Canada, that's all. No Japan there. Sorry. Even before that, in 1997, 4 years before the Whisky magazine, so Jim Allen's complete book of the whiskey is in this content, Scottish malt, Scottish blend, Irish whiskey, bourbon, and other American whiskey, Canadian whiskey, Indian whiskey, and whiskey from the rest of the world. No Japan here. However, if we focus rest of the world, surprisingly, Pakistan, Japan, Spain, so shocked. However, there was a very nice guy, even much longer, 14 years before, in 1987, this book was published by Michael Jackson, not a singer. And but we don't see the content. Face, Google Pace, Scotch, Irish, Canadian, bourbon, Finnish, so much, and the whiskey of Japan already very intelligent. And also, nowadays, as in this book, from 16 countries, they are making whiskey around the world. So it's a kind of history of whiskey making spreading. Obviously, India, China, South Korea, Sweden, Ireland, Finland, everywhere. So it's totally different moment.
Sorry, Eva.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's my image, so I don't. So I explained the history of whiskey so far, and next is my hypothesis. So, and I have already talked about the Day3 Whisky magazine issues. So that reminds me of some affairs in the past. Do you know that Paris wine tasting of 1976? It is called the Judgment of Paris. Obviously, yes. So I just summarized this incident. So the 24th of May, 1976, an English man who ran a wine shop and a wine school in Paris ordered the tasting of Californian wines, which included Cabernet Sauvignon and Baga Chardonnay. Then he added 4 Bordeaux wine and 4 white Burgundies to act as the markers against which to evaluate the California wines. Actually, this was held for the American bicentenary. Then 4 Bordeaux included Chateau Mouton Rothschild and Chateau Brion, for example. And also white Burgundies included Grand Cru and First Cru, Mousseau, Watermonrush, and Monrush, great wines. And those judges were among the best tasters in France. For example, from Appellation Origin Control Report, from Domaine de la Romane Conti, from the Wine Institute of France, or Michelin 3-star restaurant Taiwan. But surprisingly, they chose the California wine over the French or both red and white. So actually, this is a judgment price. So this tasting ended an era in which it was thought that fine wine came only from Europe. So California's victory also inspired other winemakers in different parts of the world. Breaking the mystery of French superiority gave new hope and energy to winemakers in South Africa, Italy, Chile, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. So nowadays, this, as we also discussed, we can see that the plate within new world in the wine corner. And we, along with that, France, Italy, some kind of traditional countries. So I believe, so California wines and Japanese whiskies have been of high quality through effort to improve quality. So in the case of California wine, I believe California University, US based, led the wine technology. And since then, wine industry, not only California but also over the world, has developed technology and skill of wine making. So I'm not a wine specialist, but I heard the words like flying winemaker, distillery, or biodynamic wine, and garage or Cinderella wine, and so on. So behind them, I believe there must be a lot of effort to the quality. So I believe we can create high quality whiskey all over the world, like the wine industry. But it is necessary to develop the skills, technology, craftsmanship of whiskey making more. So anyway, I believe high quality is important of our goal. Okay, to summarize, the whiskey can delight the world with its high quality, great taste, and diversity, and also potential for high quality whiskey to be made all over the world, like in the wine industry. So based on this, I would like to think about how to make high quality whiskey. Okay, I showed our experiences, but not only Suntory, so many whiskey makers and distillers, obviously, Ika-san, Kirin Venture, Kamara, and Ian Chan, have also improved their quality very much. But today, please listen to our experience. So actually, we modeled on the Scotch whiskey making, but not only starting point, still now we are continuing learning from Scotland. So this is a list of our learning in the Heliopolis University. So Suntory started sending researchers to the Heliopolis University in Prague, starting in 1968 to learn more about Scotch whiskey making. So by learning more about whiskey making, it enables us to enhance the quality of whiskey production. So to be honest, I'm here as a nice student, and today we have a UC here. He got a PhD there, so something like that. However, we have not only learned from Scotland, but also we shared our result with the whiskey industry. So do you know that this kind of conference is available? So firstly, Abimor conference, which handled the scientific subject, was held at Abimor in Scotland in 1982, 42 years ago. So firstly, every 4 years, this conference has been held, and it changed into Worldwide Distilled Spirits Conference, the name is changed, WDSC in 2002. Then now every 3 years, conference was held, and Suntory first attended the conference in 1986. Since then, we have been participating every time, receiving various information and stimulation from the reflected with our whiskey production. Also, we have been giving presentation every time since 1986. So our main presentation are as follows. So from 1986 and 2023, every time we gave the presentation like formation, aroma compound during fermentation, fermentation issues, and also later I explained about the mass transfer by mist as a new parameter in the control of post distillation, and fermentation and food species is a result of the UC PhD, and also different warehouse conditions and multi-purpose continuous distillation success result. So this is, yesterday I showed the trend, whiskey trend, Japanese market, and I overwrite our presentation here. Even those tough times, we continue this kind of R&D activities. So here I would like to show some examples of specific research, but if time allows. Okay. So this is a real story. If the water is very clear, it creates much more esters. That's why we are very particular about the clear water in our distillery. In order to achieve this clear water, we pay attention to the grain size of malt and slow and smooth mass infiltration, for example. Okay. So this is a copy of the proceeding of Avion conference again. So we studied yeast change during fermentation, and as found the starvation is a key factor to the yeast performance. So in relation to this, we are still using brewer's yeast for producing fermentation, despite breweries now being largely absent from the Scotch industry. This is the issue subject of the shape and size of the pot still. As you may know, Glenmorangie has very tall pot stills, and they say they distill light and very elegant spirit due to reflux. Yes, I can agree. However, from our research, some phenomena could not be explained by reflux. Then we thought about the mist transfer. So during wash distillation, by pot stills, the bubbles are increased and bubble burst, and mist is created. The mist will be transferred by vapor to the wine, which means non-volatile compound move into the wine. Then we analyze the mist transfer. So, for pot still like A, it's a very small mist transfer rate, as we saw 2.7, then split, light, rather and smooth. And the shorter pot stills, much more mist transfer rate, 5.6, and more body. And C, we added a surfactant to keep the bubble higher. Then much more mist transfer and a very fruity body and yeast flavor. So probably this can also explain why different size and shape of pot still can distill different whiskey. So that's why we installed variety of pot stills in our distillery, still both Yamazaki and Hakushu Distillery. So next example is the direct fire feeding. So we started direct fire feeding at Yamazaki, but we once terminated late 1950s. However, we cannot explain scientific point of view why direct heating changes the quality pattern. In the direct heating process, we have lamage. Lamage is the chain to stay at the inside to prevent the burn. So this was probably much more heat reaction is happening during distillation. Then we also confirmed the differentiation, direct heating or steam heating using our pilot distilleries as well. So still we are using direct. So, and also, and I found good sentences, there is general agreement that steam heating and installation of the tubular condenser both tend to result in the production of more lightweight flavor spirit. So maybe they can recognize the direct heating much stronger whiskey can distill the whiskey. So this is the history of introduction of direct heating in Suntory. So we started direct heating, but as told you before, we stopped in 1958, but we installed direct heating actually in 1981 and Yamazaki in 1989, but not all the photos at that time. Then eventually, we, when it is necessary to replace photos, we changed from steam heating to direct heating in 2019. Almost till now, we have a direct heat. And this technique also transferred to Scotland, and 2021, Glengarry, we installed direct heating as well. So like this, we had a lot of activity and we reflect the result in the production scale. Then that's kind of, our activities. I believe if the final product quality, then we received so many medals at the moment. So, okay, I can skip it.
What's the consensus?
Oh,
no, go by.
Right, it's a summary of elements of Suntory style. So we are using mainly non-peated, but sometimes we also use a heavy peated malt. Words very clear. And fermentation, double yeast, means the distilled yeast and dual yeast, and I don't tell you today, but the higher temperature and long fermentation achieve lactic fermentation in the late stage of fermentation. Distillation, variety of oxide of different shape and size, again, heating by direct fire. Maturation, main type of cask we use, and those there are still some distilled. Okay, I would like to finish my presentation with this slide. I believe whiskey can delight the world with its great taste and diversity, like a wonderful tasty restaurant or a great wine, because there is a potential for high quality whiskey to be made all over the world, like the wine industry. However, I would like to say more, so I respect, for example, Scotch industry, in particular big distillery, they progressed the sustainable issues, like energy saving or better productivity. But it should be along with maintaining quality, even improving quality, I believe. And also, actually, sustainability is a must we should do as a social responsibility, but always we have to think about the quality. And also I agree, many craft distillers tend to use local barley and the local yeast, but at the same time also I hope they think about much more essential or fundamental quality, not only the differentiation. So today I introduced the case of judgment of the Paris and Whisky magazine. The contests were held in blind tasting. So I don't think blind tasting is always the best method. However, at least it's fair because of the non-information. People don't give information about us, sustainability, no information about local garden. So always quality is very important. I would like to improve quality all the world using this kind of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani in action. Next up is Ashok of Triple CBD.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for keeping awake. There is a 1992 Hollywood movie called Glengarry Glen Rose. I don't know whether you have seen it or not. There was a conversation between Al Pacino and Ed Harris. You are Al Pacino, I'm Ed Harris. Dave, why are you doing this to me? What can whiskey be is a question that can be answered in 360 degrees, right? It's not a very straightforward question to ask, but nevertheless, so I have now equal responsibility to educate and entertain and keep them awake. Right, so, welcome to the World Whisky Forum. Amrut Distilleries, as you know, is an Indian distillery located in Bangalore in the south of India. We were established in 1948. So we have just completed 75 years last year. So we stepped into 76th year. So that's where we are. And then this is how our distillery looks like, completely made of concrete structure. So we have 3 different facilities inside this distillery. We can make single malt whiskeys, we can make rum, we can make gin and grape brandy. In fact, 4 different things. So I just go through quick intro. The word Amrut means nectar of God. It's a Sanskrit word. So you have asked me, do Indian gods drink whiskey? Well, Jesus turned water into wine. Okay? Right. So this is the founder of our distillery, Radhakrishnan Jagnale, in 1948. The very first product we started to distill was rum in 1950s. And then 1970s we started to distill grape brandy. And then in 1987, to be precise, we started to distill malt whiskey, mainly for blending purposes. So in 1987, there was no category of world whiskey or rather single malt from other parts of the world. So we launched Amrut in 2004 as the first single malt whiskey to come out of India to the global market. We launched it in Glasgow and Scotland. So this is what we call as a reverse marketing strategy. So as Paul said in the morning, we went and got accolade for ourselves in the global market first before the demand came from the domestic market. I think that worked pretty well because today we are in a situation where our demand in India is about 4 to 5 times more than what we can actually supply. So I am sitting in a situation where every drop of spirit that we produce or distill is bottled purely as a single malt, and not even 1 liter of spirit is traded outside in any form or whatsoever. I presume most of the single malt distilleries in the world wanted to dream of to be in that situation. So I think it's pretty low. As of today, we are in 58 countries around the world. And then we have clocked a total sales of 60,900 cases this current financial year. When we started in 2004, I started as a sales and marketing manager we had two hats. One is sales and another one is production, which was a new hat acquired in 2019 when I became a master distiller for Amrut. So in 2004, there were no world whiskey at all except Penderyn. Okay? In 2004, there were only two single malts from outside of the traditional nesting ground for whiskeys. Only Amrut from India and Penderyn from Wales. So you could imagine the path that we came across was so hard. And then here we are after 20 years, we are standing tall, but not my paycheck as much as you pay in Shanghai. Right. This is a map of India. If you are not aware of the geography. We are in the south central city of Bangalore. It's very unique in terms of the topography and climatic condition, which is basically going to affect the way how we make our whiskey. And then 75% of the barley that we use are homegrown, grown in Punjab and Rajasthan. Punjab is called the breadbasket of India, that produces more grain than any other state in the country because it's extremely fertile and then often irrigated by the snow melt waters from the Himalayas. And then the second set of barley that we use is a peated barley. We got it from Scotland because of the fact that we don't have peat in India. So we pretty much follow what globalization says, trying to use as much as local resources as possible. Where there is no option exists, you import and then export whatever that you are good at. So that's what it is. Then coming back to the question of what whiskey can be, or should be what whiskey should be. So it's a very, yeah.
It's up your mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rather controversial subject. Depends on the viewpoint that you take. This is our still house. Two wash stills on the back. Two split stills on the back. Two wash stills on the front. This is the same shape that was right from the beginning. This is basically the new plant that we have expanded in 2018. Up to 2018, we were distilling only 300,000 liters at the barrel strength, and now we are distilling 1 million liters at barrel strength. That is not enough, so we are basically going to expand and by adding up one more crystal and take it up to 1.2 to 1.3 million liters. But our expansion program has been very cautious because we wanted to make sure that whatever that we distill can be bottled as a case fruit only and so. So now, as we stand today, I'm pretty much sold out for the next 5 years based on the forecast that what we have. So that's why our expansion become very slow and steady. We just don't want to basically go out and make like 3 million liters and then at the end build a swimming pool with a new make split and swim. So we don't want to do that. So that's why we basically take one step at a time. So coming back to the question, my focus is clearly going to be on the distillate itself and then the way how you mature it. Before that, I just want you to quickly have a look at the altitude that we are sitting in. It's at 3,000 feet above the sea level. That's going to basically affect the way how you distill your spirit as well as how you mature your spirit. And then look at the temperature profile. 40 degrees is the maximum almost during the summer. The moment we hit 40 degrees Celsius, because we are sitting at 3,000 feet altitude, the clouds form and then we start getting rain. So very rare cases we have basically surpassed 40 degrees Celsius, that's the max. And then minimum is basically varying from year to year. The lowest that I have seen in Bangalore is 9 degrees Celsius in the morning for about like 3-4 hours. And then you're back to 25 degrees Celsius in midday. So that's basically again going to affect the way how the casks mature, which I'm going to explain to you a little later. And then look at the average humidity in Bangalore. It's just like 40%. At the moment, the relative humidity in Bangalore is 27%. So when you are sitting at 27% relative humidity, it's going to do a lot on the maturity side. So we have a clear-cut 6 degrees variation between ambient temperature and inside warehouse. So during the summertime, if you walk into a warehouse, you feel like you are in an air conditioner because alcohol keep leaching it and then making that whole area kind of very cooler than the ambient temperature. That's the where you want to be in. And then our maturation loss can be anywhere between 12 to 16% per year. The lower tier of the warehouse can be about like 12. The top tier can be 16 because it has more exposure to heat and oxygen. And then an average temperature, I think this refers to Komoro, it's about 8 degrees in here. Senji-san, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, here we are. What whiskey can be? You can have only these 3 areas can be manipulated to produce what you want, where you can be innovative. The input ingredients, distillation, and maturation. So when it comes to ingredients, I'm just basically going to confine myself to single malt because that's what we make. So cereal, yeast strain, and water source. So when it comes to the cereal, we have 3 different varieties being used. One is the 6-row Indian barley that you have seen on the map, which is grown in the northwest of India. And then 2-row Indian barley. These days we started to produce and grow 2-row barley in India, which has much more yield because it has a bigger starchy endosperm, more starch, and as a result, we found it is a little bit on the floral side rather than the 6-row, which is very robust in terms of the taste profile. The mouthfeel is like a very viscous and thick because it has a little more protein than starch. Whereas if you go and ask a distiller in Scotland, they want to have a total nitrogen less. When the total nitrogen less is you have more starch. So it's basically work inversely, proportional to each other. Then we use a 2-row Scottish barley. We found is much more floral, and that is where the terroir comes into the picture. So the different climatic condition where the barley is grown is basically imparting a unique flavor profile on the final product that what you are going to make. So that's been very, very clear. Because not only Scottish, I have processed 2-row barley grown in Australia and 2-row barley grown in Argentina. All of them has very different flavor profile on the new make spirit with what we have distilled. Although we care the fermentation regime, the yeast strain that what we use, and then the distillation regime completely constant. Nevertheless, the spirit that is distilled from the different input ingredient from the barley perspective really makes it say on the final product that what you make. And then yeast strain, so you can work a combination of different strains. The brewer's yeast can come in cake form or cream form, and then distiller's dry yeast, baker's yeast, whatever you want. So we have experimented with about 12 different strains of yeast. What is important from a commercial angle is, unless a yeast which gives you a flavor profile, which is basically going to blow your head off, and even though it's going to cost you more, that's fine. If it is not the case, then it's basically a waste of time to get into different regime and then find out that the difference between one strain to the other is not really that great, where you end up spending like a lot of money on a yeast strain. That's something we have to take a note of. As I said, we have experimented with a number of strains. 1 or 2 strains that really made a good difference in terms of the flavor profile. Otherwise, we basically got struck to the usual suspect that what we are comfortable with, which basically giving you a good profile and yield as well as not costing you too much. So you got to basically get the balance right. And then water, I'm not even getting into the subject because it's basically very controversial, and from my point of view, I have used river water. I have used lake water, I have used groundwater, which is in our own aquifer, and I found the difference between the 3 strains are very, very subtle. Because what is important in a water, from our perspective, is the total hardness and then the TDS. Now, as long as the groundwater that we have is having a hardness of about 75 parts per million. Now, we basically soft it down through a softener plant and bring it down to about 25 ppm to 20. That's what we basically use for mashing and distillation. When it comes to dilution water, I presume every distillery on the planet uses demineralized water, which basically you strip off all the minerals possible, where the ppm on a demineralized water is less than 10 ppm. And you basically take all the, 0 ppm, and then the total dissolved solid is less than 10 ppm. So that's what difference on the water can make from one place to the other. And this is the main topic, what Shinji-san has already basically discussed. You can alter the reflux ratio in your still. There are about 10 different parameters which can alter the reflux ratio, which is basically what kind of spirit that are you going to produce. Are you going to have the line of descending down or ascending up? Are you going to have the tall leg? Are you going to increase the rate of distillation? Are you going to slow it down? Having said that, I think our distillation is perhaps one of the slowest that you can hear of. To distill 1,000 liters of spirit, I take 24 hours. My spirit still runs 24 hours to produce 1,000 liters of new make spirit. My rate of distillation on my middle cut is 60 to 70 liters per hour. So when you run that slow, obviously you are going to create more reflux. You let the vapor boil, fall down. Only the lightest can go through. That means I am just basically creating a more opportunity to be in touch with copper. That means it's going to be like a more refined and then have an opportunity to remove the sulfur components as much as possible. So it is basically how much time you got, and that's what it is. And then when it comes to fermentation, again, we are one of the longest in the industry. I ferment no less than 140 hours. I don't even touch my wash until it becomes 140 hours. We found distilling a spread out of the fermenter, which is just like 72 hours, to 140 is a hell of a difference in terms of the texture that what it offers. So our signature style is like is a mild citrusy note come through our spread. If you look at the Krebs cycle of yeast metabolism, there's a malate to isocitrate to citric acid. That's basically transformed into citrus in your final spread. So it is very important for us. So we don't touch anything less than 140 hours. And then maturation. I think this is what I like all about. We are not the oldest distillery in the world, right? We are relatively newcomer when it comes to single malt because we started only in 1987. Having said that, we are the first distillery in the world in 400 years of whiskey making. Amrut is the first distillery who has managed to make a oak barrel with the 5 different oak woods in a single barrel. That's a spectrum barrel. And it's such a big hit on market. So be innovative. Feel free to do the experimentation. Because when I did the spectrum experimentation, this idea came to me at 2:30 a.m. in the morning. I was living in Newcastle at the time. So I called up my boss. This is what I'm thinking. He said, what the hell are you doing at 2:30 in the morning? He was living in India. The very next week, I jumped onto the plane, went to the cooperate, get 5 barrels made, and then sent it back to the distillery. So we experimented it. And then after 3 years, we clearly saw the direction in which it was going. Immediately I placed an order for 2 containers. Then that product was so successful. And then the second experiment we did is a brand called Amrut Narangi, where we have a big orange influence onto the whiskey without breaking the rules of whiskey making. So what we did is, we got a full barrel of Oloroso sherry from Spain and then marinated that Oloroso sherry with the fresh orange peels grown locally and then let the whole composition be in the barrel for 3 years and then remove the whole stuff out and then fill with our matured malt whiskey into the barrel. So if you look at it, I did not add anything to the whiskey. I just basically only flavored the barrels inside surface by having a wine and peel combo inside. When we bottled the whiskey, it was absolutely great. So the guys from the US is screaming to send more. So, but unfortunately, this is something I cannot mass produce because of the intricacies involved, where you got to basically show the wine with the orange peel and then let it marinate for 3 years. Then, so this all can only be a limited expression. That's what Amrut is known for. So we have about 48 limited releases in 20 years. That's an average of like 2.5 per year. But there is a limit of how much you can do. So I kind of slow down a bit now, but nevertheless, there is about 3 or 4 expressions which is in the pipeline, which is completely coming from maturation background in terms of the alteration that what you can do with the wood, and that's what we are getting next. So, in my own experience, as I told you, I'm one of the few guys in the industry who migrated from sales to production. So what it helped me to do is, I clearly understood what the market needs, what can be sold, and what is not there at the distillery. So I'm just basically trying to bridge that gap between producing something and that can be sold into the market. That's where the spectrum, R&D, all this stuff came from. And never hesitate to experiment. You are not going to waste millions of dollars. Just start with a small scale and let's see how it basically develops. And then after that, you can scale up once you become successful. That's precisely what we have done on Amrut Spectrum. So this is what we work with the ideas, and then seek help. The moment, no matter who you are, the moment you think you know everything, the game over. So you got to be basically have the appetite to learn. Although I'm working in the industry for 20 years now, still I have to learn a lot. So every day, I just go to the distillery. What's new today? What I can do today? So I never stand still. Always keep experimenting something. Then you ended up with bringing out something absolutely unique, and then which can be really sellable and marketable. So that basically gives a fantastic revenue stream for us from the limited releases. We try to strike a balance between the core product, where, for example, Amrut Fusion is our blue-eyed boy, which sells, is the largest selling Indian single malt. We sell close to 500,000 bottles. And as I told you, the demand for that is about 4 times more than what we can actually produce. Since my capacity is capped, this is what we can produce, and we are pretty happy with that. That's it. Thank you. And we have.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you. It's another Japanese word, shoshin, which means beginner's mind. It's a very good thing to bear in mind when you're doing anything creative. Never think you're an expert. Next up, here. The View from China. Fast becoming a major whiskey producer. So, Richard, then.
Good afternoon, everyone. I deeply appreciate for your invitation to come here, and I feel very privileged to the future rocks of your distillery to exchange with all of you. Thank you. I have 20 minutes. Yeah. I would like to use this opportunity to give you some flavors about what happened in China whiskey industry. Firstly, I will introduce our whiskey distillery, multi-whiskey distillery, and then I'll update you with what happened in the industry, and then the new update about the Chinese whiskey standard. My name is Richard. My Chinese name is Lu Ling. Born in China, but living in the UK for many years. Since the late 2016 and the early 2017, as the founder and the director of Montai Distillery, I have been assisting Montai Group in establishing a brand new whiskey distillery in Ordos, Inner Mongolia. The Ordos, I don't know if people are familiar with this area, now is #1 in China in terms of the GDP per capita. After the navigating through the challenge posed by the COVID, the facility proudly commenced production last July. Also, I served as authorized representative of the China Alcoholic Drink Association. This is a quasi-governmental department. It's equivalent to the Scottish SWA. And also, I have been contributing to the revision of China's latest whiskey standard. At the same time, serve as the WWA World Class Whiskey Award final judge and the Icon Whiskey global judge. Today I'm here to explore the theme: what can whiskey be? What can Chinese whiskey be? As a new distillery in the new market, there are so much to learn, and I'm humbly appreciate this opportunity. My presentation will include three parts. First part, I'd like to begin to sharing the fundamental vision behind creating the first whiskey distillery in northern China, our aspiration, and the type of whiskey we aim to produce in this region. The investor Wentai Group is an enterprise based in the Ordos in Mongolia. Wentai Group operates within the sectors including the energy, new material, modern agriculture, and animal husbandry. In 2022, it reported revenue around 5 billion sterling pounds. The enterprise owner, a whiskey enthusiast, initiated a comprehensive study into the whiskey industry by sending teams to Scotland several times. This includes visiting the distilleries, equipment manufacturer, malting plant, and the coopage. In 2019, Wentai has reached a contract with Forsyth for a full equipment purchase agreement, which was covered twice by the BBC News. The gentleman is Richard Forsyth Jr. The photo is taken when you visit the Ordos. The distillery is nestled in the stunning Yijing grassland, close to Genghis Khan's mausoleum. Yijing means the Great Emperor's Garden in Mongolian language. Distillery is located on the bank of a self-owned lake, around 1,000 acres. Despite the COVID-related delay, construction and equipment installation were completed by the end of 2022. With a commitment to match the production standard of Scottish distillery, we also invited the Scottish distiller with nearly 4 decades of experience, ensuring that every aspect from equipment setup, raw material procurement, to process flow and management adhere to the traditional Scottish distilling practice. The photo was taken with the distiller after the stressful quarantine in Shanghai before heading to the distillery. The distillery operation, when at a full capacity, will benefit the local economy. The distillery spans approximately 20 acres, with a meticulous attention to design details, including crafted exterior bricks, specially ordered from Shandong province. The collaborative efforts of distillery staff, construction, and the equipment installation team have been pivotal in successful step-up of the operational facility. This is some photo for the 2022. This is the Forsyth team help us to install. So it's decided to store the barley malt. We can actually have 2 lines. This is just the one malt line. We have another green line. When both finished full capacity, we could produce 2 million liters. Distillery's operation, when at the full capacity, will benefit the local economy by utilizing nearly 3,000 tons of corn from local farmers and converting distillers' spring byproducts into high-quality livestock feed. Additionally, the development of tourist attractions such as hotel will create employment opportunity for the local community. Besides the distillery will build a 5-star hotel as well. At the current stage, our distillation process adheres to Scottish techniques, including the maturation process, for which we have sourced the high-quality sherry cask directly from the Arras in Spain. Moreover, we are exploring the use of Mongolia oak in collaboration with the China National Research Institute of Food and Fermentation Industry. FFI is institution equivalent to the SWIR, this program. And we also cooperate with the local cooperage to experiment to infuse our whiskey with oak root from both Inner Mongolia and Outer Mongolia. This endeavor hopefully could highlight the unique characteristics of Mongolia oak and its contribution to the whiskey profile. In order to add local characteristics, Bengtai is also experiments to grow local barley. Leveraging the favorable environment condition of Inner Mongolia, the experimentation with the local barley involved the research and development effort with the local government. In general, environment conditions in Inner Mongolia are particularly well suited for the barley cultivation. The region's climate, characterized by the cold winter and a dry summer, offer the ideal setting for grow, bring the unique flavor profile to the whiskey. In general, the initiative of building first distillery in northern China is not just about producing whiskey. We are also hoping to create distinctive identity for Chinese whiskey on the global stage, leveraging local resources and bringing economic growth for the local. Next, I will give everyone about a very brief introduction about what happened in China whiskey industry, including the emerging trend, the marketing main force, and the challenges facing the industry. According to a report by the CADA, by the end of 2023, China is a whole nearly 30 whiskey distilleries, either under construction, completed, or in the planning stage, across 11 provinces, municipality, and autonomous region. Investments-wise, 67% come from the private sources, 25% from the foreign investment, and 8% from the state-owned capital. The current distillation capacity stands at 30 million liters, with a design capacity of reaching 60 million liters. There are about 200 to 250,000 casks in maturation, with 80% being under 2 years. Last year, the total production was 22 million liters of spirit, 30% of which was malt whiskey. The industry used approximately 50,000 tons of grain in 2022, with about 3.5 tons of grain needed to produce 1 ton of spirit. The professional workforce number are around 400 in the whole industry, including distillers, blenders, and supporting technicians. In terms of the consumer market, the top consumer city and the provinces are Beijing, Shanghai, and the Guangdong, Fujian provinces. China now is number 5 export market by value for Scottish whiskey, according to the SWA, after the USA from Singapore and Taiwan. Despite the boom of the traditional Chinese baijiu in recent years, actual consumption and production have shown a downward trend. 2022, the baijiu production is 16 million tons, but this year is already half. Meanwhile, the rapid growth of imported foreign spirit, especially whiskey, highlights our mismatch between the market demand and existing product structure. The consumer base for whiskey is trending younger. It can be predicted that as the Generation Z grows, the Generation Z is was born between 1995 and 2003. Both the number of consumers and the average consumption price for whiskey will nearly linearly increase. In 2023, due to the economy's slowdown, especially the stock market meltdown in China, the drink market has experienced a substantial setback. Despite the challenge of consumption downgrade in the Chinese whiskey market, the attitude and the market impact of young people show that whiskey consumption in China has a huge growth potential and market opportunity. The whiskey takes less than 5% of the spirit market majority is still Baijiu, but Baijiu Distillery, they are worried about the new trend, so they are investing a lot of money in the whiskey distillery. The capital market has responded positively to the growth and increase in import value of whiskey, with multiple factors combined, allowing the whiskey to explore with a pleasing market momentum for both industry and consumer end. On the industry side, International Spirit Group, Chinese Baijiu Group, and the beer company are investing in building whiskey distilleries all over China. Last December, Scottish distiller Angus & Distillery announced their new distillery in Zhejiang, Chunan, following Pernod in Sichuan and the Diageo in Yunnan. On the consumer side, in recent years, several whiskey clubs and enthusiast organizations have sprung up across China, giving birth to professional whiskey community like Whisky Enjoy. Actually, Whisky Enjoy, the couple having here yesterday, which organize activity and build contents around the consumer needs, possibly promoting the expansion of domestic whiskey consumption culture. The young Chinese whiskey industry faces several significant challenges. Firstly, unlike Japanese industry, the absence of historic whiskey culture in China means that it will take time to cultivate the necessary talent pool. Many professionals currently in the whiskey industry have transitioned from the beer, wine, and Baijiu sectors. Well, they bring the base level expertise, but understanding the unique culture and production process for whiskey require time and systematic training. I'm very glad to see some distillery already send young graduate employees to continue the study into the university like Harry Watt University. Secondly, the scarcity of the oak casks, particularly with the decrease in supply and increase in price of American bourbon barrel, pose us significant challenges, especially for the new distillery in China without a significant existing stocks. Addressing and solving this supply issue is critical for the stable development of the Chinese whiskey industry. Furthermore, establishing an ecosystem for the exchanging whiskey for blending between distilleries in China is deemed necessary for the industry's growth. Despite these challenges, it's important to build up the exchange platform in whiskey society between China, Scotland, Japan, and other parts of the world. I'm very pleased to have been facilitating the technical and cultural exchange between the China spirit industry and the Scottish whiskey industry. The photo shows the Canada's delegate include 20 distilleries visiting Diageo, Pernod, SW, and SWR in March 2023. The World Whiskey Forum has been building a fantastic bridge in the world of whiskey through knowledge exchange, networking, and opening mind thinking. I sincerely hope the World Whiskey Forum could be held in China in the near future. Okay, the last part is the standard matters. I'm going to explain the new Chinese whiskey standard. The development of any emerging market heavily relies on the establishment of industry standard. The drafting of Chinese whiskey standard led by FFI and involving discussion with the various industry stakeholders, including the exchange with the foreign industry organization. SWA has seen the initial draft nearly completed, with a plan for announcements and the implementation this year. The standards are being developed under the auspices of the China National Light Industry Council. The previously is Ministry of China Light Industry, and the National Technical Committee for Standardization of Brewing, drawing on the regulation and the documents from the European Union, Scotland, Ireland, and the United States, and other regions. The forthcoming GB/T11856 quality requirement for spirit will replace the existing standard, clarifying definition of various whiskey types and specifying maturation requirement along other criteria. To be specific, the document clarifies the definition of whiskey, malt whiskey, a single malt whiskey, green whiskey, single green whiskey, blend whiskey, and flavored whiskey in Chinese language. He specified that all whiskey need to be matured in wooden barrel. For the single malt whiskey, exogenous enzyme shall not be used in the production. Distillation shall be performed with a copper pot distill. The aging time in oak barrel should not be less than 3 years. Oak chips and oak shavings, etc., shall not be used. The maximum alcohol by volume of the crude whiskey by distillation shall be less than 95%. Edible alcohol, coloring substance, except for caramel color, aromatic or flavoring substance shall not be used in the product. This standard aligned with the international whiskey standard in large, ensuring the protection for Chinese consumer and fostering the healthy development of industry and the distilleries. In the end, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to each of you for your time and attentive listening. I hope that our path will come across again in the future, perhaps next time in China. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. That was great. I mean, there's some remarkable things happening in China, so yeah. Watch out, folks. There's some great whiskies on their way. And our final, this is always a sad moment. Not because of you, it's always a sad moment. The final speaker, thank you for being so patient and waiting all this length of time, but we're going to end in Australia, in Sydney, with the remarkable Archibald's Distillery.
Hello, is everyone still awake out there? I know the last speaker.
Right.
Yeah. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm kind of still awake. Seeing a few people, sort of vertical power downs. Hopefully, this will be somewhat engaging, and hopefully there's something in here for you folks to enjoy. I'm from Archibald's Distillery. We're a distillery in Sydney, Australia. I'm not going to take you through everything that we do. That would probably be an hour and a half. Rather than trying to distill that down into 20-odd minutes. But I'll take like one slice of what we do and what we kind of focus on and what I find really interesting and engaging. So it's going to be a bit nerdy, but hopefully you folks are along for the ride. I can see a few people starting to perk up, that's nice. So I suppose to kind of, take you on that journey, we do need to start at the beginning. And part of that is in some ways a personal one, and it's partly, I suppose, understanding who we are as Australians and what we are as an Australian whiskey brand. Chris touched on it this morning, it was a great setup, so I don't need to explain it too much, but actually Australia has a fantastic history of whiskey distillation. It was legal to distill in Australia before it was legal to distill in Scotland, and in the 1920s we had some of the biggest distilleries in the world. What we do have in Australia is a discontinuous tradition of distilling. And so that kind of died out in the 80s, and so it kind of reignited in the early 90s. People like Casey O'Brien and Bill Larkin and so on kind of reignited them. So when we came along in 2014, part of what we kind of said as what we wanted to do is we wanted to reignite that feeling of ownership of whiskey for Australians by Australians. And to kind of set the scene on that, I mean, in Australia at the time in 2014, Sullivan's Cove, some of you might be aware of that, won a big world award. It won World's Best Whisky at the World Whisky Awards. And it changed the way the public in Australia and the world kind of looked at Australian whisky. But for us, at that point in time, 98% of all spirits consumed in Australia were imported. And even now, there's over 500 spirits distilleries in Australia. So 500, not all of them making whiskey. Still only 96% of the spirits consumed in Australia are imported. So with that kind of mindset, what we really wanted to do was talk about being Australians to Australians and kind of, I suppose, tell the world about that heritage and that unique kind of position that we once were in, but we haven't been able to inherit. So we've kind of focused on, and I'm going to kind of talk about today, a little about the malt and the core ingredients and how that's kind of guided our process. Before we get into that, and I will take you on a journey, it's probably important to understand a little bit about me. Not that it's about me, but I think it's important to understand some of the quirks that makes me. So I kind of got a pretty unusual upbringing in many ways. I grew up in a winemaking family. My dad was a winemaker, my grandfather was a winemaker. And it kind of took me into my like 20s to kind of learn that that's not normal. Like, you know, wine being served at the dinner table. I think by the time I was a teenager, I'd been in every major wine region in Australia. I probably tasted some of the best wines in Australia from my dad's cellar. And what was really unique about it was that at the dinner table, this wine would come out. And it wasn't about the inebriation. It was about learning a story, hearing what that place is, and what that winemaker had to say. And it was a vehicle for driving a narrative, for telling someone's story or a place's story. And so I kind of, you know, that kind of was embedded in me. And, you know, I've actually got a slide here, a few slides, you get younger there. It's actually my grandfather's vineyard. So that's me, 8 years old, changing the plate in front of the filter. It's not for show, that's the kind of stuff I had to do growing up. And you can see on the bottom right here, that's my dad standing there looking very grumpy at my mum for standing in the way of the tractor. And I'm right on the back there. So it was kind of this idea of wine that was, you know, was really familiar to me. And so when I got into whiskey about 15 years ago, it was that frame of reference I brought to whiskey. I remember getting involved in it as a consumer. And you know, you go to these tastings and these amazing, you know, Scotch whisky ambassadors would get up the front and they would get you excited and they'd pour these whiskies and you were just so into it. And they would tell you, and the shop said something very similar just before, whiskey is made of 3 things. It's made of grain, it's made of water, and it's made of yeast. And that was really interesting to me because from a wine background, you know, I understand raw materials. But here's the rub, it kind of failed in a way this kind of sense check for me. Because it's made of 3 things, well, hey, water doesn't really taste it very much, right? Like, got all these different whiskies, but water's kind of water, like, we drink it all day, every day, it doesn't taste anything. Yeast, I kind of get it, you know, like, yeast kind of makes flavour, but, you know, again, in wine land, like, it's the grape, that's what's doing the talking, it's that raw material. And so it's this malt thing you're kind of left with, this malt thing that's supposedly what makes whiskey whiskey. And it was so important, and it's something that wasn't really talked about. Because here's the thing, again, that sense check. If that malt doesn't have important impacts on flavour, then why does whiskey taste different to cognac? Why does it taste different to rum? Surely that raw ingredient is one of the most fundamentally important parts about what makes whiskey. So if I ask the people that are kind of presenting these tastings, you know, what's the story with malt? We'd inevitably get into a discussion about yield. And again, that's something that I would understand from a kind of wine background. But normally that conversation of yield is also a conversation about where something's from, the variety, all of those kind of things that lead into a discussion of flavour. But here we're talking about yield in the pure economics of how whiskey is made. And so for me, it kind of sat around. And in 2014, when I joined Archie Distillery, it was right at the beginning. We kind of built this urban distillery in Sydney. It was a new wave. We were, in Australia, there was less than 20 distilleries at this point in time. And so Sultan's Cove, as I just mentioned, won this big award. There was this upswell of interest in what can Australian whiskey be? What is Australian whiskey? And how do we own that kind of heritage? For me, this was a pretty rudimentary distillery. It still is. This is our original distillery. And what we really started to look at was you know, we started to make whiskey in what I would describe as a very traditional Australian way. You know, part of that renaissance in the early 90s was use brewer's malt, you know, use distillers, brewer's yeast, kind of make this whiskey with the raw materials that go on hand. And you're using brewer's yeast because there's a lot of brewers in Australia, there weren't many distillers, you couldn't buy distillers yeast. And there was this kind of myth that kind of existed, which was, well, brewer's yeast, that gives you more flavour, right? You know, it's brewer's yeast. Beer has flavour, so you know, you can taste the malt in beer, you should taste it in whiskey. But for me, I just never really understood that, right? You know, if that's true, then how far can we take that idea? And if it's not true, let's make the accountants happy and try and get a distiller's malt on the table, right? So we kind of set up in this kind of space. And what we started to look at was some varieties. You know, a couple of the local varieties in Australia, there was Gagner and Commander. You know, we kind of tried these ones, and to kind of put that into like a parlance that makes sense to other people, I'm talking the difference between like Concerto and Laurier. You know, these are approved varieties, high yielding varieties. They sit in that commodity chain. And what we didn't see was a great deal of difference. There were subtle differences for sure, but there wasn't that much there. And so we started to have to look a bit further out. And kind of working in 2016 with a group of guys, started a craft malting house in a place in New South Wales called Griffith. And we went out there. It's actually a shot. This is their founder. It's not some model or something like that. If you ever meet our founder, it does look a bit like a model. But and there's something about going out there during harvest in 2016. And you're standing in the field. It's 40 degrees. The dirt is like red dirt. It's the big Australian blue sky, which is just deep and rich in blue colour. There's eucalypt trees all around. And I had this moment where you're kind of standing there and you're going, how can the barley that's grown in this environment be the same as the barley that's grown in the UK or France or elsewhere? Surely there's something unique about these varieties or this place that can tell a story. You know, they can say something that hasn't already been said. And so we started really working with these Voyager guys and kind of explain a bit about them. They're fifth generation farmers. They grew up throughout droughts. They're from the land, and they ensure that the custodianship of that land is kept really important. You know, there's practices like crop rotation. They make sure that they can pass it on to further generations. And so it's this kind of stuff where we started to look at, well, what kind of variety, what kind of malt can we use that is a bit different and tells a story? And we came across some pretty unique varieties. So what we kind of discovered is that actually, depending on what you're using, malt matters. But here's the thing, is you have to let it. You have to actually go out there and you have to make sure that it's got a voice. So what we came up with was basically, in our kind of rudimentary craft distillery, a combination of 6 different malts, each that had a unique flavour. We came up with a mash bill, something that we kind of thought would work together, and we started distilling in the spirit. And I suppose that was great. What we kind of learned, and this is not hocus pocus, this is hardcore distilling science, is those varieties have a difference in flavour. So one of the most basic ways you can understand it is nitrogen content. You're going out there and buying commodity malt, you're buying something with low nitrogen. It's been bred to give you yield for the farmer and for the distiller. But if we go and look at some of these alternative varieties, getting more nitrogen means more yeast growth. That's going to affect the esters. It's also going to affect the amount of proteins that get into your still. So that's going to be the precursors for things like Maillard reactions, nutty flavours. So we really started to look deeply at this whole kind of process. And so we actually started to look at a number of different varieties, some of which had kind of come across from Voyager. There's probably 3 I'd like to mention, just to give you a pointer or a compass about what the sort of varieties we're talking about here. One of the varieties that we use now still is what we call a heritage variety. So this is a landrace variety. This is to explain what a landrace is if you don't understand it. Most varieties are kind of developed or bred by a breeder, and they go to the farmer. We've got a lifespan of 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. And they get superseded by something else that's more higher yielding or disease resistant or some other thing. This variety is a variety of rye. It's grown in one small town in New South Wales called Sandigo. And it was grown for 60 years. And what happens when you do that and plant it year on year is it starts to mutate. It starts to adapt to the local microclimate. And so what it did was, it basically developed its own characteristics. It stopped being one variety and it started being many varieties. If you pick up a handful of this grain, they're all kind of different looking. Some have kind of got these like black spots on them, some are sort of thin, some are sort of like fat. They're all kind of quite different. We also use another variety of rye. It's called Vampire Rye, which I just think is the best name for a rye variety ever. It's a 6-grow variety. It was actually developed for cattle feed, but it's a really old variety, so it has a long stalk. What that means is, as that variety is kind of starting to ripen, you've got this kind of really heavy kind of top to the grain. And if a wind comes, it lodges. So if it falls in the ground and starts to get mold and can get pretty moldy pretty quick. So what they actually do is they do an old technique. It's called windrowing. So as it's still green, they cut it out and they tie it together and they stand it up in the field like a kind of Renaissance painter, an impressionist painter. And it dries out in the field. And so the flavour you get in the actual distillery, whether it's because of that process or because of the actual grain itself, has this sort of like very particular spice and nutty profile, which is just so different. And I'll mention one other variety because it is quite a cool one. We also use a variety of barley, which was actually originally planted in Australia in the 1800s. The yield is terrible for the farmer, and it costs us about 3 to 4 times, I suppose, what an ordinary commodity malt costs. It's actually grown organically. You don't need to put inputs in the soil. It has so much foliage that you don't need to put pesticides or fertilizers or anything like that into the soil. And you don't actually need to till the soil either. So all of these kind of ecological benefits come through. We've also used other varieties. So this is an example of a purple malt that we've done a fair bit with. And in a country like Australia, which is so drought prone, this has been a really unique kind of variety for us. And it has a twin as well. So this is a hulless variety. This is kind of the colour doesn't really show up here, but it's actually purple when you hold a handful of it. And this image over here is a really great example. It kind of sums up Australian climate in many ways. You've got here on the left-hand side, it's just so dry. It's absolutely unbelievable. If you lit a match, that whole thing would come up. But then you've got irrigation, and then you've got to the right of it, these beautiful lush fields. So the guys at Voyager, they have the family estate at Borrellan. They actually planted some of this variety and actually another variety of black. In 2019, this is a shot from 2019. You can see on the left-hand side, this is a commercial sort of commodity malt that was planted on the Borrellan site. It's dead. Did not survive. It's a dry grown site, there's no irrigation. But the same field, this is a terrible shot, I'm sorry, of black barley, just absolutely did so well. Because this grain loves to struggle. It's about finding those grains that kind of work in the local climate and that work in with what we want to see, what we want to kind of champion. So that's all great, right? So I've just spent like 10 minutes talking about malt. Hopefully you guys are educated, right? But what the heck does that mean for whiskey? Well, kind of fast forwarding, right? In 2017, we kind of said, hey, we've got not enough capacity here. We need to kind of need to keep things up a notch. So we actually started building a new distillery. And we started to, in 2020, when everyone else was locked down, we actually commissioned our sort of scale-up distillery. So we went from a craft scale distillery. When we had a push, we could get about 100,000 pure litres of alcohol a year out. And we scaled that up 32 times. So we went to a facility that had 3.2 million litres of capacity. We don't run it at that. We run it just a bit lower at about 2.1. But what was really important for me was taking all of those learnings from the field and making sure they came through in the spirit. And for me, it's about respect. If that grain has been growing for 60 years in one particular location, or even that farmer that has put his entire livelihood and that of his family on the line to generate that malt, when I get that into the distillery, it's my responsibility, it's my duty to make sure that that malt comes through in the spirit. But here's the thing, going back to that idea of, if we put these two varieties through and we kind of do a very similar process, we're going to get a very similar result. What's really important is for me not to put my own will on that barley. I'm not God, right? I'm the distiller. So what we have is a slightly different process where we let the grain make the decisions about how it needs to be processed. If it has a higher nitrogen content, it needs to build in a certain way and match a certain way. It needs certain treatment in order to be able to express itself. So what we kind of did was a fairly unique process. Going back to our old kind of distillery, we had these 6 malts in a mash bill. What we did is we separated them all out. And now we actually distill year on year 13 types of new make every year. Every single one of those new makes is championing one type of malt, which has a unique flavour. And what we were after is accentuating the flavour of that malt at every single one of the steps in the production process. So what does that look like? So we take the malt in, it comes into a silo. When it comes out of that silo, we're deciding how it is going to spend the rest of its life. So it gets milled a certain way, it gets mashed a certain way, it gets fermented for a certain duration with a certain yeast. It gets first distilled with a certain reflux, second distilled with a certain reflux. It goes into the barrel at a certain cask strength, and it goes into a certain type of barrel. And it all gets matured separately. So if you go into our warehouse, there's something like 20 different types of new make spirit in that warehouse. And it's all about trying to let that malt kind of have its say. And every single one of those steps that we're taking with that malt is about, okay, if you're trying to be cereal forward, how are we pushing that malt further into that cereal space? We're using a yeast that's going to give us cereal character. We're using a fermentation time that's going to do that. We're using a cask strength that's going to do that. A type of barrel that's going to showcase that. All of those kind of things are really important to us. So that's fine, but what does it actually mean in terms of flavour? And so we're pretty meticulous with this. We have a new make panel every day, 5 panelists, including myself. And I've put up here, I suppose, some spider graphs. I'm not sure how easily you can see that, but this here is for rye. So we actually have 2 types of whiskey we produce, a rye malt whiskey and a single malt whiskey. This is 3 varieties of rye that we use. So Bevy is a sort of commodity style malt. And then you've got your Vampire and our Heritage Rye. So very different kind of maps here. And you can see how, again, letting the grain make the calls and kind of push us to make those decisions can have a really big impact. It's a very similar story here for barley varieties as well. And you've got here purple malt and black malt. And there's also Cape there, and if you can see it's a little bit faint, but is our sort of pale malt there, which is a sort of distilled malt, that's what we call it. So very, very different flavours. That's fine, but again, we have to ask ourselves, is that far enough? And the topic here is like what whiskey can be. And so all of this, I suppose, is a lead up to the next slide, which is probably one of the craziest sort of ideas we've had. So if it's true that kind of stepping outside that commodity bred kind of malt space gives you a difference in flavour, it gives you some varieties which can produce these kind of very big variances in character, then how far can we take that idea? We're quite fortunate in Australia that we kind of have agriculture and a lot of plants and so on that haven't been touched, haven't been commercialised. So we started looking at about 2 years ago was actually native Australian grains. And so these are, to call these wild is to understate it, and I kind of need to paint a picture of exactly what these grains are. So we kind of think of grains as like, okay, you can malt them, you can harvest them at certain times of year. These are wild, so they've never been bred to be harvested at a certain time of year. They've never been bred to sprout in a consistent way. They've never been bred to have any kind of homogeneity in terms of how the grains are themselves. So to kind of put it through the classic kind of approaches is really difficult. And in fact, a lot of these grains have just these really unusual kind of husks to them. This is a few examples that we've kind of been working with. A great example is the Mitchell grass. I don't know if you can see that, but a large amount of that grain, you can kind of see it here. It's just husk. Like inside that would be like a sesame seed, would be the one grain that you would get inside there. And the kind of extracts you're getting there is like, for these kinds of grain is anywhere from like half what you would get from the distiller's malt to like 10%. We've actually done some trials on a couple of these, kind of scaled them up. And what was really unusual is we did one large scale. The big thing we wanted to do with this was to to release a whiskey that was at least 51% native grain, which is a very expensive process to do, but was really important because we felt that it was something that needed to be said, and needed to be said quite succinctly as having at least 51%. So the majority of that grain is actually coming from Australia as a native grain. There was another variety we tried, and the flavour of that particular variety was so intense. It's almost impossible for me to kind of fully express it to you, but the intensity of flavour was that of almost of a botanical engine. It had this lavender and violet character. So we've actually just run some of this, and the flavour of the spirit, it almost feels like you've put a significant amount of lavender in there. We only had 30% of the mash bill as that particular variety. So in terms of what whiskey can be, I think it's really important for us to understand where whiskey comes from. And for me, it's something I'm always fond of saying is that great whiskey doesn't start its life in the distillery. Great whiskey starts its life in the field. And it's really important for us as distillers to make sure that we respect that grain, where it came from, the kind of varieties and treatments have. Cool.
Thank you so much for fantastic presentation. It's great. Lots of great thinking going on. I think we'll break that. I've got kind of, we're not going to break. Stay there. I'm going to break this tradition. I'm not going to really ask any questions because I think there's so many great distillers in the audience. I'd like to kind of call on a few people, some of whom have been warned already, to give kind of mini presentations about what they are doing and their thoughts about what whiskey can be. Just maybe following on from Dave's presentation, is Chico around?
No.
No? To leave. Well, anyway, Oxford Distillery is doing something very similar. Well, we're trying to hook up with Chico to do lots of kind of weird field blends, etc., etc. In which case, thank you for telling me that, Brendan, because I was going to ask you to say something as well. But actually, before that, hang on a minute. Is Colin around? From Chris? Yeah, Colin. We're talking about new varieties, about old varieties, land races, etc., etc. We're talking about drought. What can whiskey be in a world where the climate's getting screwed up? Lord.
I think that question throws up a lot of challenges because one of the biggest competing forces to all of these ideas is the race towards net zero for every industry in the world. 60% of the carbon footprint of malt comes from the agriculture of barley, and most of that's coming from nitrogenous fertilizer. If we're going to get rid of fossil fuels, then we need to get rid of that fertilizer. And then, so that's going to have a massive impact, which is going to completely revolutionize the entire global grain system. So you've got that to contend with for a start. So we've got to think about that in the malt industry. We've got to think about climate change, of course, as well. Really interesting slide there from Dave showing the difference between the black barley and the conventional barley in a drought situation. I think maltsters and farmers are going to have to really look earnestly at what varieties or combination of varieties or combination of cereals are going to have drought resistance in ever changing climate. So does that mean that we're going to have to go down the route of polycropping different cereals? The Oxfords are doing things with dredge and maslin, where they're mixing rye and barley in the fields. Again, that's going to completely change the entire system that we have, where for the past 100 years of commercial malt production, it's all been about consistency, and our entire process is geared around consistency of grain size, consistency of malting. So that's going to change things as well. And then, the demands from you guys in the room around varieties and different cereal types is going to drive change also. So we work with landrace revivals, working with farmers who are up for it. A lot of farmers are not up for it because, like Dave mentioned, it grows up to, well, way taller than me, and lodges, and that doesn't work in certain climates and environments. The farm yield, the reason it's 3-4 times more expensive for Archie Rose is because the yield is terrible. Is that sustainable? Just to make something different, just to have a point of difference, what are we sacrificing along the way to bring that flavour? So there's just so many challenges there, I think, when it comes to the climate, and that all of these things have to be considered. We can't be myopic. We can't just say, yes, I want to make a whiskey which is going to be so wildly, distinctly different, but I'm not going to give any consideration to the wider issues around sustainability and climate. So there's a lot of challenges there.
And are you responsive or are you proactive? Do you come and say, are you kind of stuck in the middle? You're processing what the industry wants, therefore, or you're processing what the farmer's growing.
I think it's a bit of both. I can only speak for Chris rather than speaking for the entire malting industry. If you think about the global malting industry, 98% of malt produced in the world is lager malt, is Pilsen, is commodity malt. So what we're actually really talking about in this room is a very, very small percentage of the global malt production. But at Chris as a company, we have this historic quirk that we've got floor maltings. It goes back 150 years. Now, the key advantage of that is not so much, the traditional techniques are great, but it allows us to do small batches. So it does allow us to react when somebody comes along and says, hey, I want to malt that specific farm and explore the terroir of that specific cereal variety. But as a company, we have been proactive as well, because we wanted to explore flavour of all varieties. Your point, new varieties, I think they largely taste all, mostly similar, and that's because the industry wants it to be that way. But looking at things going back 100+ years, it's fascinating to explore that. So, but it depends who your partner is. Fantastic that you've got Voyager there for wanting to explore these things. And I think it was to a point I made at the very beginning of the forum. You've got to find partners to work with to be able to explore these things, and then you can go on a journey together. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Brendan, just thinking in kind of broad, blue sky thinking in terms of what we were kind of touching on earlier on about the kind of creeping homogeneity in production. Can we think of a fairly succinct way of saying how can we break out of that? What kind of new thinking would you like to see in terms of? I hate to use the word innovation.
Yeah. So my wife's a lawyer, so she's prepared a disclaimer for me. Because I have a Scottish accent doesn't mean I represent Scotland in whiskey. So one of the most 50% of my future clients, so Dave, thanks for giving me the opportunity to get all the way down. So I think everything that was presented today is fantastic and massively exciting, and it is stuff that not just in Scotland but all around the world everyone wants to see happen. And the last presentation there, what I love is the combination of we want to go really super back to very traditional stuff, all the way back to the field, but at the same time you kind of acknowledged in the design of your distillery, unless I got the picture of it, I've made an art of this, but it looks like you've got a mash filter in. So I love that, because there is absolutely a reason there's so few mash filters in Scotland, and it's because when people visit, it has negative connotations, which it shouldn't have. So there is this kind of constant balance between consumers demanding new crops, new preparations, new distilling techniques, but also with the short going, oh, but I wanted the mash tun to be open and with a copper top on it and stuff like that. So I love the fact that everyone's taking these brave decisions. Now, in Scotland, there is a challenge. So there's issues to this word commodity malt, and someone said to me as well, Scotland always care about its yield. And actually the definition of yield was not the one I was thinking of. I have tried when I've represented 3 different companies, mostly Moët Hennessy, to be honest, with Glenmorangie and Ardbeg. We try to, we've distilled with, oh shit, I can't, they're maturing right now, but we've distilled lots of heritage malts, but it does come with challenges. And in fact, even before I go into the challenges of the small heritage malts, right now in Scotland, we are facing a challenge of keeping farmers planting barley. Because it used to be, barley was a little riskier, but if you were successful, you made more money, so there's a risk reward to that. Wheat, you can go and play golf and get good at skiing because you just come back to it at the end of the harvest. I'm simplifying it a little bit, but wheat was easier, but you made a little less margin, but it was kind of guaranteed. But a lot of farmers who I'm speaking to are saying there is a real risk right now that they're going to stop growing barley because it's just too much effort to get pretty much the same reward as people who are doing wheat or rapeseed or other things. So I think there is a genuine challenge even just to keep barley going into the ground the way it is. But absolutely, nearly every distiller in Scotland is looking at these things, and I'm just envious as hell looking at all those different barley types that are being used and all these different distilling techniques, and I can't wait to hear about the reflux variation, because definitely flexibility within distilling is another big thing that people are looking to do. But yeah, I do think I love it. I would love a proliferation of barley. The amount of concerto that went into the ground in Scotland 10 years ago was terrifying. You know, it was like, it wasn't 100%, but it really wasn't far off, and that's just gives me concerns in all sorts of ways. But the challenge to it is if we put 20 different varieties of barley into the ground and 18 of them get rust or mould or fail, you know, it's not just we don't make a bit of barley, we don't make a bit of whiskey, it's a global financial impact, and there's farmers who don't get to eat, so there is absolutely this balance. I mean, I'm even working right now with a distillery when I'm very. The other challenge is just the way that the industry is set up around the world. We will need to install new equipment like mash bills, we will need to think differently and do things differently, which is great. But when I went to Steve, the sponsor from Chris, saying, look, we have batches of this really unique type of preparation of barley that we want to do. You know, as we try to keep the secrets about peating, we've all worked that out. But I said, can we do it? And he went, yeah, but here's the batch size. But when we're working with smaller and more unique or different sizes, he just was not, he very kindly referred me to a competitor saying they may have something that is of a better size. But it's actually, we're sitting on an amazing, incredible idea that I think will create something very different, but we don't have the maltings yet that will fit it. And in fact, the way that we've come up to do it, we're still going to do it, but it's like 10 times the cost to do it. Over time, as we grow, maybe that'll come down, but it's just all of these ideas are fantastic and I want them to happen, but there is definitely challenges greater than the whisky industry that have to be considered.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you, Brendan. We're going to get some questions to the panel, and I just wanted to throw one further question in there, because we didn't really touch on yeast at all, and some interesting stuff happening in Norway. I don't know if you could fill us in what some of your trials are.
Can say a few words. So, first of all, I totally agree, Brendan, and to you guys, thanks a lot for very interesting presentations. I think in the world of whiskey, we have to acknowledge that if we apply the science and the experience that we all share with local traditions or local materials, raw materials, or local anything, you know, wood species or grains, cereals, we make something that's unique and not homogeneous. So one of the things that we do in Norway, not at a big scale yet, I'm sad to say, because it's something that we have to sort of pass forward. But in Norway we have a unique sort of family of yeast strains that we call Kleik. And some of you might have heard of it. It's been used in Norway in brewing for the last 500 centuries. 500 years, sorry. And those yeasts are very, very much linked to the place
they're being used. And there are strain differences between two farms next to each other. And north and south of glaciers on the west coast, there are different strains. Because those farmers never exchanged yeast because there was a glacier in between. So we have all these unique yeasts that we can utilize in whiskey making, and it's been used in brewing. It is still being used in brewing in Norway. And it also has a few very fascinating qualities. It's a POF negative. It does not produce any phenolic off flavors during fermentation. It works extremely fast, so you have high alcohol tolerance, and it's attenuating at a rate that you can't see in regular yeast. So I attended a homebrewers festival on the West Coast a few years back, and they pitched this beer with a Clyde strain at 9 o'clock at night, and they measured the ABV 9 o'clock the next morning to 5.8%, which is insane. And it's also very temperature tolerant because
I think you might see some quite good use at Yamazaki.
Fantastic. And as well, these farmers, they never had any way of measuring the temperature in their mash tuns. So they would use body temperature. They would, drip the wort on their skin and test if it was cold enough, and then they would pitch. So the Clyde strains are, the traditional brewers, they're pitching at 35 to 38 degrees Celsius, and it's working up to 45 degrees Celsius, which is also unheard. And it can take alcohol strengths up to, almost 20%. So this is a series of yeast strains that we've only seen the beginning, and I think it's both really exciting. We've done some tests with it. We have a few casks that are actually 3 years this spring in April. But there's also the component of tradition that all these strains, they come from a farm, one specific farm. So all these strains have a family name from the farmers who actually used this strain, for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 generations. So there's this, I'm scared of utilizing it and taking something that belongs to a farmer or a farmer's family and just running with it. So what we're working on at Fedi is how can we then use this yeast that we're getting from the farmers. We can buy from labs, in Europe and the US or Canada. But I would like to buy the yeast directly from the farmers, and they will happily give us yeast. But then how do I make sure that we tell their story as well, that this yeast we got from this farm? Because that's, their family heritage. So it's a heritage in yeast, not in the grain.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Any questions? No, I'm sure. There's we've got five up here, and then there's one over there, and then one at the very, very back. I can't quite see who it is. Oh, it's Ollie. Sorry. So,
sorry, question is a little bit away from the production side and more on the kind of social side. Distillers in Scotland and Ireland 200 odd years ago basically built villages around their distilleries. And anyone who's been to Islay, you've seen, you look at Lagavulin, you look at Ardbeg, and you can see the size, you look at the older pictures, how big they used to be. And we as a company bought a distillery a year ago. It was owned by a very large distiller. It was a five-man operation, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, single-man shifts. And if you went into that plant any day of the week, which I did for lots of meetings, it was very quiet. you never saw anyone, and it felt a little bit, it just felt empty, it felt vacant of culture and of a place, which for anyone who's ever seen that building will find that quite amazing, because it's an amazing looking site, it's an amazing building. As you guys are progressing and changing, as World Whisky is changing, and some of these distilleries are quite small, do you think, and this is from Ashok, as much as whisky can, should whisky be a creator of society? Should it be something that brings people together through employing more people in distilleries and through creating culture? And should that be part of your liquid? Should it be part of your branding? And it should be central to everything everyone in this room is trying to do.
Without people, there is no distillery. And we, Amrut Distillery as a company, employ 800 people across India. In my distillery where I work, so we have a total strength of 250 people. And how much we produce? 3,000 liters a day. And then we bottle 30 to 40,000 cases a month. Now, if you look at why do we employ so many people? Distilleries in Scotland and perhaps in Japan can get away with the environmental regulations because you have more sheep than human. We are the most populous nation on the planet. I cannot discharge 1 liter of my effluent outside. So I have a separate department for effluent treatment, and we employ 16 people for the just effluent treatment plant. So we have an anaerobic digester which basically treats the effluent completely as a treated water, and that water is basically being used back at the distillery for gardening and toilet flushing and everything. So we reduce a load of roughly about 60 to 70,000 liters a day from the watershed, so we don't draw that much. And then on the bottling, every bottle is literally labeled by hand. So we have 25 people working on a single bottling line. So we have 3 bottling lines, 75 people just for bottling. And then on the malt plant, I am 24/7, almost 340 days a year, non-stop. So 3 shifts, 3 stillmen, 2 assistants, 2 for mashing, and then on the boiler side, 1 operator and 2 assistants. So if you just add up, they ended up with having like 240 to 50 on the roll. So the way how we see it, basically we wanted to employ as many as people as possible rather than going everything automation. That's a policy of the company, and that's the reason why we employ 800 people across the company, because we have 4 bottling plants in different parts of the country. So that's how basically Amrut works, and then we determine to move in that direction rather than automation. I hope I answered the question.
Very much so. I just want to pick up on that. A distillery as a hub for a community.
Yeah, to answer that question, when we design our equipment, we seek advice from some professionals, including for science. They give us the suggestion is, because we are very new, completely new in the industry, they advise us to have taken the semi-automatic one, a lot of the well. The reason is we can train our staff, train our apprentice, so they know the procedure. But only after half a year we regret it. So if we have a chance, we will make the fully automatic. But we could also benefit or contribute to the society by other things. For example, recreation, the tourism, and also the agriculture. That's my thought.
Yeah, I mean, we have a fully automated plant at our Bankstown distillery. We still have 14 distillers and cellar hands that work on shift. For us, I think it's a mindset where we're constantly trying to push things forward, find better ways of doing things. A lot of what those people are doing is, I say, you're a bad distiller if you're just sitting in front of the SCADA screen, the computer software, and just like looking at valves open and close. You should be in there, understanding how you can optimize things, finding new stuff, dreaming up crazy ideas for projects that we should be pursuing. And I think that that's about people in as much that it's their story in many ways. And it's, when liquid goes in that bottle and a customer buys it, it's their story that's getting bottled and consumed. So I think you said it right at the beginning, Dave, distilleries are communities. And I think it's 100% about the sort of the friction and importance of that connection. I mean, it's super cheesy, but I kind of think, I said this to my distillers when they were grown, but it's like distilleries are like greenhouses. Everyone should create a bit of heat themselves, and that helps everyone else grow. And that's kind of our play.
Thank you. Before we jump on, since we're on this topic, then Alison, do you want to say anything about what's happening on Razi? I think that's a really interesting development, that's especially happening in the west coast of Scotland, that distilleries become revivers of communities.
Thank you. Alistair B, co-founder and master distiller at Isle of Rassay Distillery. So, just to give you some context, Isle of Rassay, just off the east coast of Skye, up in the northwest of Scotland in the Hebrides. It's very small, as I say, 14 miles long, 3 miles wide. So that makes it about the same size as Manhattan. But in the last census, there was 161 people who lived on Rassay. We employ about 40 people in total at the distillery. Where we started in 2017, we actually had people who had grown up on Rassay moved back to Rassay to work in the distillery. We've now gone past that in terms of we've utilised the population available to us. So we now have people who have moved to Rassay. And as you mentioned, Seki, our Korean distiller. So I'm giving credit company. So I think we have, it's definitely been a revival on Rassay. It's definitely regenerated the community, and we're not alone in that. We have the Hebridean Whisky Trails, Victoria, Talisker, Isle of Harris, Judith is part of that as well. So it is about, for us it is about the community, the people, the place, and what it brings up. A lot of people have talked about that already. So yeah, and hopefully we might be able to do the same in Hamish and Campbelltown in the near future as well.
Thank you very much. Far Komoro. I can't see it. I can't see anybody's face. Thank you, Alex.
I would like to make just a short continuity of what you all say, starting with Colin, when we talk about footprint and sustainability in cooperage. It takes minimum 50 years to produce a good US oak. It takes minimum 150 years to produce a good oak. It takes minimum 13 years to raise and train a good cooper, which is not still a master cooper. The industry has been developed since the 80s, and I'm all 71, and I started to do wine in 93, so I'm the witness of the big development of new barrel production. But in the same time that the new barrel production was developed, and mostly because of the wine, and now a new, let's say, flow with the spirits, the knowledge of taking care of used barrel, make the barrel longevity is gone. And there is only very few operators. They still have those skills because they still have the men and few women who still learn this, but it takes once again 10 years. So the people, junior we have here with NAO and ESC, they're just starting now. And I like very much when thank you, when you talk about the development in China and we talk about the footprint. I mean, forests are the breeding system. They're actually cleaning us every day, but at the same time, the footprint of selling barrels on the other side of the world is huge. And right now it's a transition time because it will take, when you start planting the proper trees in China for this, it will take probably a minimum 50 years to get ready the result of it. And in between, all of us, we will be probably under the ground to see that. But in between this transition time, we need to find solution. That means we need maturation for whiskey has been already written on the books. We're not ready to change that. We do not believe us in fasting maturation process. I mean, it still takes time to mature whiskey properly. And whiskey is special because the combination between the grain and the wood, which is not something so precise in the other spirit. So I'm almost done saying that in this transition time that we're all concerned, we need to take care of our bottle. There will be less exchange between the US and the rest of the world because of the demand. I don't think that Europe, I mean France first, but even the Eastern folk can afford the demand right now, meaning that maturation time will stay the same, but the rotation of the barrel will have to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lots of things to think about. It's not that easy. Any other questions for our panel? Yeah, David.
David Thompson, Spirit of Yorkshire. Our business is diversification from living fourth generation barley farm. So we actually come from the beginning of what you were talking about, Dave, about actually growing the crop and how can we make added value to that part of the crop. But we also believe it starts before that, it starts with the soil, it starts with the dirt. Going back to your first picture of the guy picking up the soil type, the structure you've got over in Australia and in the sort of the middle of America, is quite worrying because we don't have soil, we don't have barley, we don't have whiskey, we don't have beer, we don't have anything. So for us, we've stopped cultivating, so we don't turn the soil over anymore. We're one of the first farms in the UK to get carbon credits by the way we farm. If you turn the soil, you put carbon to the atmosphere. So all of these things you've got to consider before you consider where you grow your barley. Not every piece of soil or dirt can grow good barley. And going back also to the question of farmers making money, they will grow barley if they can't make money, and I'm a Yorkshireman, so we have to make money. There's only one country that's tight in Yorkshire, that's Scotland. But I think it's really important that those farmers are at the beginning of the queue, basically, and they can't make a living, we can't make a living. So that's ultra important, I think, moving forward to think about that type of thing.
I might. Yeah, I completely agree. And so we work really closely with the guys at Voyager. So as again, they're fifth generation farmers themselves. They don't grow it all themselves. So a lot of them work in the community. And you know, Stu is amazing talking about kind of social impact that buying from these kind of farms have. You know, he talks about how in normal times, a farmer dies every 2 days in rural areas. And during drought, they die every day. And so it's an important aspect, not only understanding the soil type, but the social impact on the actual place that it comes from. So by working with someone like Voyager who has links to the community, they can talk to the actual farmers, make sure that if they are taking the risk on varieties which are lower yielding, they're getting compensated for that. And the point that kind of Brendan raised before, which I think is valid, which is, can't just go stick a bunch of stuff in the soil and, oh well, let's hope for the best. That's a recipe for disaster. And what is really important to understand is that we're often taking varieties which have a blueprint for how they've been grown ongoing. And so you're not sort of starting from a genetic bank and just hoping for the best. You know, that Cape variety was found, there was one farm that was still growing. God knows what it was using for, it was probably cattle feed. So there's a roadmap and there's a proven system for making sure that the agronomics, social impact, as well as the flavour stacks up. And all one of those things are really important to line up.
Just check the watch, sorry. Time for the very final question from World Whisky Forum. Who wants it? Who wants to be the last person to speak? It's the law.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I want to go back to the point that you were talking about building a community around distillery. But we can also take whiskey beyond the distillery. I think that's a conceptual idea. That's something probably I will discuss with some of you in the room. And the idea about having a whiskey as a connective tissue, the idea that can whiskey have more impact in the community rather than being just a functional drug. And the idea is, how do we maintain and protect the community and culture rather than just the community around the distillery? And one of the concepts that I'm working on right now, it's a very conceptual idea. So in the spirit of Shuhadi, this is a read. And the idea is that we are trying to use whiskey as a medium to protect certain dying arts. I think one point was very valid point made. It takes around 10 years to master an art and craft. And there are a lot of arts and crafts around the world that are dying because the new generation doesn't want to spend 10, 15, 20 years to master that art, whether it's a Urushi technique, whether it's Batuto technique from Italy. So something that we did with Kamublam's first project is to utilize two techniques, one from Japan, which was the kintsugi technique, and the second was the Batuto technique. And the reason we did that is we had to create a Batuto hand-blown glass that was cut manually. We had to work with a 30-year-old master glassmaker. It takes him 30 years to master that art, so he can do that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that, yes, whiskey can also have a connective idea about connecting different cultures. It can also preserve art. That's, I think, our responsibility and obligation as whiskey makers to also continue to do that. Does that make sense? It's a very conceptual idea, but probably...
That's great. Thank you, Phil. That's great. Because it leads in quite nicely to just some concluding comments, just some thoughts from myself at the end of all of this. That what could whiskey be? Well, I think we've kind of touched on it just in this past hour or so. It can be learning new distillation techniques. It can be old varieties and new varieties. It can be readapting old techniques for the modern age. It can save agriculture, it can save farmers, it can build communities, it can give joy, it can do so many things. And it needs to do that, because of that creeping homogeneity, to move whiskey away from being a product or just, I hate to say this, Chris Middleton, he might have gone, just a brand, to actually that something made by people, real people in real place and from a real culture. That is the strength of whiskey. And the diversity of whiskey is accepting that and understanding that and celebrating that, because the world of whiskey is this wonderfully diverse weave of people and culture and time and place and intelligence and dreaming and love, and that's what they're all about. So, for me, thanks very much. I've had an absolute ball sitting up here. It's a ball. I've had a ball. And please put your hands together for our panel. Thanks. And now some concluding comments.
thank you for a wonderful 3 days. Wow. So I have a little announcement. So for the people who go directly to Karuizawa station after this, the bus will leave at 4:30, and luggages will be waiting with our stuff. So please pick it up and ride on the train. So it takes about 40 minutes from here to the station. And so somebody are asking for how to get a ticket. So all the trains from here to Tokyo stations are fairly vacant, so that you don't have to worry about the vacancy of the train. For your information, the train leaves at 5:42 and 6:09 and 6:47. So you have the alternative options. So for people who go to the closing dinner, the bus will leave at 5:30. And returning information on returning bus to the station and hotel will be announced at the restaurant. And for the keep your name tag with you. And for the people who attend the post-World Whisky Forum events and festivals, that will be your free access to the venues. And also people who will host the tours will identify you that you are the participants to the World Whisky Forum. And while waiting for the bus, the shop and bar are open. Yes. And somebody asked me about Komoro style glasses. They are all available downstairs. And so please let me do a little bit of the promotion of this scarf I'm wearing. So this is actually we are collaborating with an artist who drew who is drawing the picture under the theme of the water and time. And this person is from Ishikawa, who was hit by the serious earthquake at the beginning of this year. And his art is really, represent all the miracles of your, daily life. So the life itself. So now is really the series of the miracle moments. So he drew the picture, and he has the drawings with that passion and appreciation. And we discussed that all the profits from during the World Whisky Forum Week will be donated to the victims of the earthquake. So thank you. This is actually a little part of 45-meter, the drawings, and he aims to draw till the 200 ones. So here we have there are a little surprise from Koji and Ian.
Okay, everybody, thank you very much for the last 3 days. So I really wish our discussions over the last 3 days be fruitful for you, and also our connections be meaningful, and most importantly, our shared love for whiskey continue to unite us all. Thank you very much.
Right to that point, which this 3 days of eating and drinking on your land. First of all, take the opportunity to thank Koji-san, Ian, fantastic job everyone, the whole team from Komoro. It's been a pleasure to join you do these 3 days.
And I'm very, very happy to have you as a host for the World Whisky Forum. Thank you very much. And I also, of course, will thank all the speakers. It's been a pleasure to listen to all of you, all the debates. It's very interesting to see how the World Whisky Forum have, over the years, come to this point where we are now understanding each other, and how important it is to share knowledge and experience to move the whiskey world further on. And I just remember Jota, you said that how important it is for us to keep on doing this. And I thank you again very much for what you've done so far. Thank you very much all the speakers. And a round of applause for that one too. And my colleagues, amazing. Zoe, where are you? Please stand up. Mr. Day3.
Adios.
I arrived to that point where I will announce the next World Whisky Forum, and I can tell you, everyone, you can start book your tickets to Europe. The next one will be in Europe. And that will be around midsummer 2025. And that is actually for the northern hemisphere. For our southern hemisphere, it's midwinter. But you understood that. Is there anything else I need to say? Yeah, please. All the speakers and all the sponsors, can we please gathering downstairs for a photo session? So in a few minutes, we see each other downstairs. We have a few photo shoots. That's it. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah. And finally, the most important part, actually. You remind me of what I should say.
Now we know what it's for.
Yeah. If it's not responsible for the buses, it's responsible for the last thing. I would just like to take the opportunity to thank you all in this room, because it's actually you who made the World Whisky Forum. All the participants, all the delegates, everyone in this room are the most important part for the future of world whisky. So thank you very much. I will keep you on.